Hello everyone! It's so nice to see you all. I am 1 minute late to stream, which I know is a cardinal sin, but I realized shortly before stream that I can't find my glasses anywhere. Alright, let me tell you a little bit about what we're going to be doing today. Now, as usual, we are working on... Give me a minute to pull it up. Ruby event! Ruby events! Hi, Macapan. It's nice to see you. Okay, so we're going to be working on Ruby events today. Now, each of these events is a combination of about 6 to 7 YAML files. And what we do is we verify these YAML files using... Hang on. Let me uncheck this viewed. Using validators. So these are our file validators. And what they do is we have like a set of assets. Wait, that's not right. Hang on. Where did they go? Okay, we have a set of patterns. And these patterns are the files that we want to validate with this validator. Then we go in here, and this applicable method is all about, does this validator apply to this file? Then we go in, and we have our errors method, which is going to call validate. And our validate method right here is going to go through, and it's going to parse that file. It's going to look at that file. It's going to validate that file. It's going to find out whether or not that file is valid based on that validator. And then it's going to produce this error. So this is a static validator's error. Now the reason we call it static is because this applies to our static files. So this static validator's error is going to basically tell you this is the error that this file has, and these are the lines where they have it. Now these validators are all being extracted from a file called validate.rake. This validate.rake file goes through and it validates all of the files and it checks whether or not they are valid. First, I think we need to do a little bit of cleanup though, because this validate.rake no longer checks the schemas. The reason, Yerba now checks schemas using its pipeline file. Here we go, which is in Yerba file. Yerba file is a brand new gem that is released but is not yet open sourced. And what it does is it goes through all of these schemas and it checks whether or not this file matches the schema. What we're going to do is we are going to replace... Actually, let me think about this really quick. So right now, the way that we're checking the schema inside our schema validator is that we're getting the schema, mapping it, and then we're validating it here using this like build schemer stuff. And this is like the old way that we used to parse it. We used to JSON parse it, schemer, JSON schemer, whatever. I think what I'm going to try and do is instead of doing that, I'm going to go through here and I'm going to see what the errors look like if we take this Yerba file and we try and check what the schema looks like from there and what the errors are and apply them if they exist. My guess is that Yerba check is probably handling any sort of schema error for us in CI. Maybe we should test that. Do you want to test that? Let's test that. Let's break somebody's YAML and see what it does. This stuff is all new from last stream, so we're gonna explore it and figure out how it works together. Let's take Blue Ridge Ruby and let's break Blue Ridge Ruby. Let's see. If I have a start date, then I should have an end date. So I'm gonna delete that one and I'm gonna save. I'm gonna wait a second. Okay, apparently that's valid because I don't see any errors here. Let me try. I think all events have to have a title. Yeah, look, it broke. So see, it says missing property title, and that comes from YAML schema. So we have a couple of different ways of validating our YAML schemas, one of which is the Red Hat YAML extension. Ooh, okay, so these are locally installed ones. Let me hide those. These are my, go away. These are my ones that are installed by the actual dev container, which is why we see dev container Ruby events dev right here. And if we look at, hang on, this one is YAML language support by Red Hat. This one is responsible for validating our schemas inside of the files. So that's where this is happening. That's what's causing this little missing property title thing. Okay. I now have a failing bit of YAML. That's good. I need to make, oop, not you, not yet. Okay. I'm gonna look at what Git branch I'm on. I'm on extract validations. Perfect. I'm actually gonna make myself another branch because this one doesn't have anything on it. And we're gonna use git switch -c for create my new branch. And we're gonna call this one validate schema with yerba. Yes. Excellent. Wait, I still need that. Then we're gonna do a git commit -pm. My favorite thing when I'm making like little tests and validations like this for CI is to just call this like a evil YAML that doesn't match schema. Excellent. If you do not have a parameter for the generator, do not pass the default value as a parameter. Thank you. Wait, no, wait, no. Wait, I don't want that. Okay, well, I'll just put it in anyway because this is my evil YAML that I'm gonna revert anyway. Okay, now I'm gonna git push. And I'm gonna open a pull request. Hang on, I swear with VS Code, every single like operating system I'm on has a different like option plus click, alt plus click, command plus click. All right, so this title is going to be extract more validations. Well, no, wait, hang on. This one is validate schema using yerba. Description, validate that YAML file schemas are correct using yerba instead of JSON, schema, etc. Those. Alright, I have the screenshot of the testing, I have the references, and then obviously this is going to be a draft pull request because it's not really ready for anybody to review yet. Now, CI should start. Good. So I think we're probably going to be looking for something in CI lint. And what we're going to be looking for is, whoop, hang on, you're very excited. We're probably, Scotian says streamer. Yes, yes I am. John Sugar says, roses are red, gems update with grace until one tiny patch sets production ablaze. Also, hi John Sugar. Okay, so I actually accidentally vibed too close to the sun, and I did actually set production ablaze. The thing is, like, yes, I was vibe coding, but I also don't think I would have caught the error if I was just like doing it myself. Yeah, but I did actually end up setting production ablaze last week. And the worst part is it happened on like Friday. So yeah, that's great. All right, so we're doing running yerba check, schemas, formatting, uniqueness. And this happens in BinRails validate all. Okay. And we see title is a required property at, error title is a required property at. Now we're validating event dates, unique speaker fields, speakers. And then we're going to do speakers.yaml, validating unique videos IDs. John Sugar says it's happened to all of us. Yep. Yeah. All right, let's see. And then we see some validations failed. Okay, to me, I'm looking, and what I'm seeing is that in CI, we are seeing the yerba errors, and that's good. And I like that. That makes me happy. But what we're not seeing, hang on, checks. That's right. What I'm not seeing is annotations, but let me check over in files changed and see if I'm wrong. Okay, I do have annotations. Oh, good. Okay, I'm seeing event YAML and I'm seeing line 0. Title is a required property add. Okay, that makes me happy. That's what I want to see. Line 0 means that it's not attached to the actual line. John Chicker says, I once accidentally connected my test to the prod database and it hosed them. Oh no! Hopefully you had something to like call back on. Let me see. Yeah, so this is obviously not good. Let me try a different one. Let me try one that's like on an actual value. Okay, so let me think. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up the event schema. And I'm gonna look in here for something that has like a value to it. So here's my description, my title description. Oh, you know what I can do? I can add an unexpected value. Blah, 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 blah. And blah, 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 blah. Fabulous. And I'm gonna save it. Alpha Link says, hello, Chill. How are you today? Thank you for asking. I'm having a really good day. So, yesterday, okay, I should back up. 3 days ago, I saw some kids, well, okay, 4 days ago, I saw some kids at the pool, right? And so I sat there and I was like, I should take my kid to the pool. So, I went and I like made plans and I talked to my daughter and I was like, hey, we're gonna go to the pool this weekend. It's gonna be really fun. Are you looking forward to going to the pool this weekend? And she's like, yeah, I'm so excited to go to the pool this weekend. So Saturday comes around and she's like, can we go to the pool? And I'm like, we have to wait for your dad to wake up. Can we go to the pool? Okay, you know what? We need to put on our swimsuits first. So it's like 9 a.m. and she's got her swimsuit on and like the pool doesn't open until 11. And I checked when the pool opens and the pool said it opened at 11. It did not say it was closed. It said 11. So I'm like, okay, well, we can put your swimsuit on, but we're going to go to Costco first. So we go to Costco and we come back. And then I'm like, okay, now it's like 10:30. Let's go to the pool. We go to the pool. The pool is closed. The pool doesn't open until next weekend. So now I've got 2 kids in swimsuits and myself and my husband in our swimsuits. Like all of us, all 4 of us in the car with our swimsuits. And all of the pools in the entire state are closed. So I just said, you know what? When we were at Costco, I saw a pool. We're gonna go buy a pool at Costco. So we went to Costco, bought a ginormous pool, bought a giant frog that sprays like a tiny amount of water, and we spent the rest of Saturday like setting them up, and the kids had a fabulous time jumping in and out of the pool, and I had a fabulous time hanging out in the pool. And this morning we like cleaned it up and like got it set up again, and that's where my kids are right now. They're out there having fun, hanging out in the pool. And I might have had a hard cider with my sister and my husband this morning to like just hang out by the poolside. And now I'm here. I'm also a little bit sunburned, but yes, that is how I'm doing today. Normally I have coffee. Today I had like a teeny tiny 5.9% hard cider. So I'm doing good. I'm happy. John Sugar said, luckily it was pre the product being released to the public, and yes, the DB was backed up. Good. Okay, that is the best time to wipe production. Heroku wiped production for Conf Buddies after I released it and after I had started to like get some people there. Okay, I'm gonna call this one Evil YAML Part 2. Git commit -pm Evil YAML part 2. So the thing I'm seeing that's kind of interesting is that I am actually Alpha Links is like, that's a funny story. My sister came home. So my sister was at this event where like a whole bunch of bands play and everybody drinks a whole bunch and you just have a fun time walking around the neighborhood. She came home and she thought it was just the funniest thing in the world that we had bought this pool. And like, we bought it at Costco, so it's like a giant pool. We have a ginormous deck and I can like see it from here. I really want to like clear the deck out, get all the leaves off of it, get the door working, clean up the sunroom, and then move the pool out here. And then just have like a really good time hanging out on the deck with this mask, because I could like sit and stick my legs out and the kids can play at the bottom end of the pool. Yeah, it's nice. Also, I saw my 3-year-old grabbing onto the edge and kicking her feet today, so I was like, yes, we're learning to swim. It's not quite big enough for swimming, but it's enough for her to like kick her feet and like learn a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna go over here. This action should be done. I'm gonna go back to the pull request. Okay, the checks are running. Here's the lint though. Let's go take a look at what this one says. Okay, so this one says found keys not listed in sort order. Add them to your sort order or yerba file. So this is an interesting challenge. If I have a key that doesn't exist, it's gonna tell me that it's not listed in sort order on the yerba check. Let me actually look at this. Did this pass? No. Okay, so the yerba check is happening first in our validation. Pinrails validate all. Okay. I think the yerba check actually needs to happen a little bit later, because what I want to do is I want to put error messages on the actual thing. So let me go over to this. John Sugar says drinking on stream. Hopefully Rubocop isn't overworked today. I'm sure it isn't. I'm sure that Rubocop will be just fine. I mean, I'm working on the validations anyway, so if Rubocop fails, then I'm just testing it. Adept Soul says, do you know what time it is? It is the afternoon. Yes. Oh no, wait, hang on. It's time for Chill Codes' stream. Thank you for following Christian Brajas. Welcome. Okay, let me go in here. We're gonna take this one. Yeah, yerba passed, bundle exec, yerba check. Results, yerba passed. If yerba passed, all yerba file rules passed. Here's the thing. Adept Soul says, it's coding with chill time! Yay! It is. Okay. I don't think I can get yerba to output format in GitHub Actions format. Yeah. It doesn't support that yet. Exudideo says, hey, chill codes in chat. Hey, Exudideo. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna move this. Also, for anyone curious, this is not the first time that I have drunk on stream. I think the first time was New Year's Eve. But that is a little bit different. Okay, I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, 7. And we're just gonna move it a little bit lower so that I can get the GitHub Actions. Annotations. So the last check we're gonna do, right here. Running yerba check for schemas, formatting, and uniqueness. Okay, and we're gonna do git commit -pm Moving yerba check to last check. So GitHub actions annotations from validators run. Yes. Yes. Get push. Exegete says, I have been screen sharing enough. I needed a way to quickly turn off relative line numbers in my editor. It feels so strange with absolute line numbers. Like working a mouse with the wrong key. One of the things I've noticed is that relative line numbers are only in certain files. I don't know why, but for some reason when I work with Markdown, I don't have relative line numbers. But then when I work in Ruby files, I do. Yeah, so I think it's even configurable for file, which is like weird. But I don't know, I hop between so many different computers because I have like my work laptop, I have my home laptop, and then I have my stream machine that like, I don't even have time to like deal with that. Exedio says, that's weird. I don't think RubyMine does that. No, probably just VS Code. Probably just VS Code. All right, I'm gonna go back to the pull request. Okay. And then I'm gonna go to checks. Oh good, it's already failed. That's what I want. Checks. Yeah, checks. I'm gonna go to the lint. I think it's weird that it takes you out of the PR in order to go to the GitHub actions. Okay, so I'm still seeing validate YAML data schemas, found keys not listed in sort order, and then this one. I mean, theoretically, I could just sit there and try and get yerba check to output things in a format that GitHub Actions takes. That would definitely be something I could do. Or I can make my life easy and I can do it inside here. And I can just put this back. Here we go. I can just put it in here and then I can put this back. I think it's really a question of whether I want to delete this one or put this one back. Let me close this. Let's take a little sneak peek. Phantom Glitch says, chill! Hi! Hello! Nice to see you. Okay, let's look in here. Let's see what options I have. Okay, I have the CLI. I want to do like check. I have a check. But do I have it in the thing? Use yerba init to create one, then yerba apply to apply all rules, or yerba check to verify compliance. Exits with code 1 if files would change. All right, and then I'm gonna poke through here. I have parse file, get, value, set insert, document remove, sort. The thing I'm looking for is like checks on a particular file. And I'm seeing apply. But that apply is for changes. So the next thing we're gonna look at is we're gonna look at document. Please. I'm gonna look in lib. I'm gonna look in yerba. I'm gonna look in document. I have dig at path, find where, plot, concat, save, apply. So I can apply a yerba file. And then I can write if it is changed. That's not the same thing as check, though. The other thing that I can do, and I just found out about this recently, is I can look for... What is this? No, not helpful. EXE? Nope, not helpful. Oh, hang on. Let me go to main. There we go. That's version 5.0. Extension? Yeah, that's the one we're looking for. Okay, so these are all the C functions. I'm gonna search, aha, check result. What's this? Okay, we're gonna look check result, message, make UTF-8 string, error class, RB error, invalid path, error class, error class, error class, parse error, path not found, invalid path. So none of these are the same type of checks. Let's try looking for other checks. So these are all check result. And it doesn't look like these are about applying the yerba file. We did have that option of like apply and then changed. So let's try that. And you know what? Let's just do this. I'm just gonna do bin rails C, and then I'm just gonna work from there. I'm not even gonna go into like a test or an IRB or anything like that. I'm just gonna do like document equals yerba, and I'm gonna say document, yeah, and I'm gonna say parse file, and then I'm gonna grab the relative path for my evil event.yaml. Perfect. I'm gonna put it here in quotes. What do you mean? That's a real method. I swear that's a real method. I'm pretty sure. Hang on. That's not a real method. That's a real method. Okay. Just kidding. Let's do this one. I'm gonna try apply yerba file. And then I think I just put the yerba file in here. Okay. I don't, I'm not 100% on this yet. Hang on, control tick, control P. Yerba file. I told myself I wasn't gonna do anything too hard. I told myself, we're gonna take it easy. We're gonna extract some validators. I can even use Copilot for that. Nope. Okay, so on line 3, schema validation failed, yerba error. Additional properties are not allowed at this. So let me ask this question. Did it fix it? No, it did not. Okay, that's good to know. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try, so is this a raise situation? This is a raise situation, I believe. Yeah, that's a raise situation. So let me try, The problem with a raise is you only get one error. You don't get all of the errors. You just get the first error. One of the goals of a validation is to go through and catch all of the errors and then display them. Let me try. I'm gonna look. Do you remember from the README there was a specific method? Let's try that. Here's the README. Nested keys, key contains, get. Let me search for check. So we have this yerba check. Okay, we don't have anything about... Okay, let me try this. I'm gonna try apply. Use condition to apply when a sibling field matches. Yeah, so what we were looking at before is no longer in the README. Cool, cool, fun. Okay. This puts me in a bit of a pickle. I would like GitHub Actions annotations. I would like all of the GitHub Actions annotations. The method that I need in order to generate my GitHub Actions annotations is a method in Yerba that generates an array of errors with locations. Check does not do that. In fact, check is producing this error message on line 0. It is, however, giving me the event. Who is responsible for this annotation? Yeah, now I'm curious what's doing that. Because if we look in here, we just call bundle exec yerba check, results yerba passed. If yerba passed, gum.style, all yerba file rules pass foreground 2. But something about bundle exec yerba check is producing this annotation. And if I can find that, hi F and Chris. Yes, exactly. It just turns out that sod could fish diff is not one of the keys in event.yaml. Yeah, unfortunately. You actually got it exactly right. That's dedication. Okay, so found keys not listed in sort order. I want to know where this is coming from. Let's see. I'm going to search for two things. I'm going to search here and no results found. This does not surprise me. And then I'm going to go search inside Yerba. Not you. Not this search. This search. Yes. Okay. No, I don't want that. Aha. So we've implemented GitHub Actions annotations for our errors. Yerba error duplicate values, error file to string, sum duplicate dot line, format duplicate this duplicate dot value. Interesting. So here's our schema validation. GitHub action annotation error file dot toString error dot line error dot toString dot collect. So the GitHub Actions annotations are present, but they don't appear to be working. And the other thing is it appears to be arrays. Well, let me test that. Let me actually test that. Like what happens inside here if I add 2 of these? F and Chris, do you have a preference? Otherwise, I'll just use this. Blah, 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 blah. All right, let me git commit -pm evil YAML. Excellent. Oh, you want that one again? Oh no, never mind. Adepsol says, is Yerba called something else? I tried Googling all combinations and I keep getting the drink, and Googling Yerba file only brings up the Ruby events repo. It is a brand new gem that is available on rubygems.org, but is not yet available to the general public. Well, I mean, it is available to the general public. It's not open source yet. rubygems.org. Yerba. I mean, it should be in here. Otherwise, how would we bring it in? Yeah, Yerba. There it is. Da-na-na-na. That Absol says, okay, it's a gem. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, so this is available, but the GitHub repo is not yet available. Ooh. Okay. Let's see. Yes, I want to stage that hunk. And I want to git push. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I want to be able to, what is my goal? I want to be able to validate and get as a mini test error my generators. Yes. That is what I want. Yeah, so this is the tricky part. Right now, we still do schema validations. But we do it with like this, wait, where did it go? Event, valid, nope. Event test. Event generator test. Okay, let me back up a little bit. So we use generators to help build all of these YAML files. This one is a generator test. We basically do a couple of things. First, does it create a file in the correct directory that has content? That's the first check. The next one, well, this one's specific to this one, which is creating a venue.yaml file. Then we want to check if it passes the schema validation. So the way we're doing that right now is validate event schema, and validate event schema calls the static validator schema new file path. If we move to using Yerba check, our validation that the generators are accurate can get out of sync with our validation that a file is accurate. And so one of my goals for today, prior to discovering that these validators were no longer prior to validate.all, was to move more of the validations from here. Hang on, where did validate.rake go? Here we go. Move more of the validations from validate.rake into validators and then structure them so that each file had its own group of validators, and then just go through and validate those for that file. And then what I could do is I could call that set of validators that's in validate.all on the files that we're generating with the generator. AdeptSoul says, interesting, my firewalla, has gem.sh marked as advertising. So gem.sh is different. That is a thing too. But this is rubygems.org. Have I been to gem.sh? I know gem.sh is the thing. Yeah, that's not loading. Okay. That's about as long as I'm willing to wait for a site. Yeah, so we kind of have two options here. I can go forward with what I originally planned to do, which is just build a whole bunch of validators. Start to group them by the file that they apply to. Oh, application error. Okay, that explains it. Or we can kind of like poke around with this some more and discover how it works and kind of understand it. Come on, let's go to the checks. Checks. There we go. Okay, so it shows both of them. No, wait. Okay, yes, it shows both of them. Interesting, but it's the same error. I will also say that I think this is a little bit of a confusing error message because it's like found keys not listed in sort order when it's actually these keys aren't in your schema. Yeah. Well, and what's interesting is we get the same error twice, it looks like, because we have multiple keys that don't exist. So that's an interesting discovery. We only get one GitHub annotation though, and that's good. That is what we want. Ah, this might be why it's line 0. Okay, let me try this really quick. I'm gonna take a look at this. Where did it go? Here it is. Duplicate key, GitHub annotation, schema validation, error.collect, duplicate values. Huh. I only see duplicate keys, schema validation, and duplicate values. I don't actually see not included in sort keys. It might be further up. Unknown keys, schema validation, index out of bounds, duplicate values, duplicate key, ambiguous selector, selector not found, not a sequence, IO error, parse error. So it looks like these are all of the errors. You know what? I'm actually gonna step away from the Yerba stuff and I'm gonna focus on the validator stuff. Yeah. So I'm gonna close this one, but I'm gonna put some notes on it. Okay, so notes. Couldn't find Yerba document.check. Maybe there's a parse file.errors. Huh. Yerba document.apply. Raised. Hard to iterate over collection. And then maybe I'll put a reason why I want this. And the why I want it is GitHub Actions annotations aren't linked to line number. And what's my other one? GitHub Actions annotations aren't linked to line number. What's my other one? Oh, hi, HouseTube. HouseTube says, hey, that error is coming from the sort keys operation in the Yerba file. Sort keys in the Yerba file. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes. Sorry. For a second there, I thought you were pointing me towards the file. But yes, that error is coming from the sort keys operation in the Yerba file. I'm surprised that it's not coming from the schema because the errors that I introduced are just straight up like keys that don't exist in the schema. And I would think that that would happen before the sort keys. Ooh, that's a good note. Okay. Schema errors. Missing keys is a bigger error than sort keys. Okay, so I'm summarizing what I have experienced in trying to get this to work. HouseTube says maybe the schema operation comes after. So I'm looking at event, and it goes pipeline schema file this. And then directives, ensure true, quote style, blank lines, delete, sort keys. So yeah, I would expect this one to come first. House Tube says it should be top to bottom. It should be top to bottom. That would be nice, yes. Okay, GitHub actions annotations aren't linked to line number. Yerba document apply raised, hard to iterate over collection. Couldn't find yerba file.check. Schema errors, missing keys. It's a bigger error than sort keys. And last but not least, I had this a second ago. Ah, yeah. Okay, I've got it. Need Ruby interface. So, what is it called? Generator. So generator validations match file validations. Yes. That's the one I'm looking for. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna read through this and make sure I can remember it myself later. Couldn't find yerba document.check. Yerba document.apply raised, which made it hard to iterate over the collection. The GitHub actions annotations aren't linked to line number for sort keys, which honestly makes sense in my opinion. But it should multiple sort keys. I need that one. Okay. Multiple keys in one error. That made it hard to link the thing. And then schema errors, missing keys is a bigger there than sort keys. Probably should come first. And then need a Ruby interface so generator validations match file validations. Great. I'm going to comment that. And I'm going to close this one. This one, not ready for it. I'm not ready to do this one. I'm going to describe what I wanted to do first. I want the validations for files to match the validations for generator tests. Eliminate, replace, let's see. Replace static validators schema with same yerba check logic, or replace generator tests with same yerba check logic. Check. Cool. Update this one. That one's closed. Now I'm gonna remember what this is, and now I'm gonna pivot back to the original planned thing for this, which is extracting more validations and grouping those validations by file. Git checkout. Git switch, because there's new logic for that. Extract validations. Yay! Let's close this one. I don't need this anymore. Our YAML is no longer evil. I can close this, that maybe, and this. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go through some of these validators. I'm gonna see which ones have validators already. So this one, already a validator. I'm starting to lean away from using the relative path, because one of the things that I've noticed is that if I link the actual path, so like if I make this file instead of the relative path, I can click it from my little like VS Code console. Let me introduce an error for that. so this one is, I want to validate the event dates. Yes. And what does this do again? Validate event dates. I think this one validates that we have a start and an end date. Yes. Start date is required for non-meetup events at start date. Perfect. So let's start with event. .yaml. We'll use tropical on Rails this time. So I'm going to delete my start date. And I'm going to run bin Rails rake validate all. Oh, that's not good. Oh dear. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of complaints here about already initialized values. And then I'm seeing unrecognized command help. Nightmare Joker says, is that Chael on the weekend in a spiffy flower shirt? Yes, I'm wearing my little, this is actually one of my favorite little like jacket things. Gosh, what's it called? I don't remember. You can fill in the blank. But yeah, it's my favorite. Exodus is interesting. The homepage links for Yerba are borked. So as previously mentioned, Yerba is not yet released. It is not open source. It's on Ruby Gems, but it's like pre 1.0. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna poke around with this. Nightmare Joker says it gives you extra programming powers. I take it. It actually reduces my programming powers. What it does is protect me from the sun, which is where I was most of this weekend. So like yesterday, we bought a pool. I told this story already. I'm gonna do like the quick little summary here. We promised my daughter that we would take her to the pool, and all of the pools in the entire state are closed until next weekend. They're only open for like kids on the swim team. So we bought a pool. And yeah, we set up a pool and I had a ton of fun, but now I'm sunburned and yeah. As soon as I get these validators done, I'm probably gonna go back out there and have a really good time hanging out in our little pool. Let's see. I should probably clarify. This pool is like from like here to the wall over there. Nightmare Joker says, it does what? Oh no! Accessories and gear are supposed to improve your stats. This does. It improves my summer stats. It's fully summer here. Like it's pool gear, like flowers are blooming. Flowers have bloomed and gone. Like, Exodio says, oh no, hope the kiddos aren't sunburned. They are covered in sunscreen right now. Hopefully they're not getting sunburned. They might be. I don't know, but they're having a great time doing it. Okay. Unrecognized command rake. Am I going crazy? Oh no, I just need bin rails. Yeah, it's bin rails or rake, not bin rails and rake. Okay, start date is required for non-meetup events at start date. Good. I thought I moved this one to the last one. Oh, I haven't done that yet. Okay, so this is good. This is what I want. Yeah. So this is what I wanted to point out. Normally this part right here gets stripped out. But if you strip that part out, you can't do this and jump to the file. Exodos says, Mojo is such a water kiddo now. She hated swim lessons for the first year until she and I spent an entire vacation at the pool. Nightmare Joker says, it's cursed gear, plus 90 sun protection, minus 20 intelligence, minus 40 agility. Got it. I think that's definitely what I'm working on right now. Blurry Squire says, what are you working on? So I am working on a project called Ruby Events. We're on a mission to index all of the Ruby events. All of these events that you see in front of you right now, all of these ones listed, including like, what is it, like this one? And all of the other ones, are a whole bunch of YAML files under the hood. So for example, the ones that I'm poking around with now, I guess I should do this one. Yeah, I'll do RubyConf. I'll do upcoming events instead of past events. All right, let me do that. Okay. So they're all Ruby conferences. Here we go. That event that you see right here is associated with this YAML file. The thing is, if I have to make this YAML file like perfectly structured in order for it to generate the right values. So for example, I just deleted my start date, right? Oh, that's right, that is what it's doing. Okay, never mind. And I'm gonna delete my my title too. And if you look, I get this error message right here that says missing property title from my YAML schema. So like I have these validations, which are just based on the schema, right? And so like, hang on. Here we go. This is the event schema. So we can see right here, here's this title. It doesn't have a required false, so it's required. This has to follow this schema. But we also want to have extra validations. Like for example, this one, which says like, hey, if I need a start date, or like I need a start date if it's not a meetup, right? And so like this validation is all about that. And so what I'm doing is I'm going through this validate.rake file and I'm pulling them all out into their own special validators. Nightmare Joker says, they're all Ruby conferences. Time to add an Emerald conference as a test case. I think we've looked into it before, and Emerald is a real programming language. Not as popular as Crystal, though. Yeah, this one. I think I know why they didn't succeed. I think I know why this programming language didn't take off. Exudidio says, do you parse the YAML into objects? So we've done a little bit of talking about Yerba because that's a new tool that we're using in order to parse these and get the locations. It's a YAML parsing tool. It's really just like a YAML everything tool, parsing, formatting, linting, etc. And so for each of these validators, like this one, we're going in here and we're parsing our YAML with Yerba. Alphalink says, oh my, I just tabbed back in and I got green flash banged. Yeah, Emerald will do it to you. Nightmare Joker says, rubies are the red stones, emeralds are the green ones. I think corundum, I think sapphires. Hang on. I think sapphires are the same type. Sapphire and ruby. I think, and corundum. Yeah! Yeah! Rubies and sapphires are the exact same mineral. Corundum. Nailed it. It was the power of the Chaos Emeralds. Okay, what is the Chaos Emeralds from? That feels familiar. I would put money that it's Green Lantern. Okay. Yes. Go away. Cool. Let me get back to this validate.rake. Yes. So the argument I am making is instead of having relative paths, we should just use the file path so that you can click it. That is where I was getting to with that. Anyway. let's see. This one is already a validator. That one's already a validator. And I think the thing that I'm going for today is I want to go for like validate event.yaml files. And then task is going to be events. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like this is just the right amount of like validation. Okay. So this goes in here and it's like grab all of these. Yes, I want to do that. I'm actually going to come in here and instead of validate event dates, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ugh. How many are these? Thank you for following, Nikabar. Welcome. Nightmare Joker says Sonic the Hedgehog had Chaos Emeralds. Okay, I get it. I love that because I asked for that information and I'm like, okay, fine. Okay, let me delete this. And I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna put it back in right here. Good. I'm gonna open this. I'm gonna do this like kind of incrementally, where I'm gonna open this up and I'm just gonna say like, here are my validators. And that's gonna be equal to this. And then inside here, I have static validators event dates. Perfect. I'm gonna make an empty array of file errors. I like that. Yeah, and then that's gonna be my files. And yes, that all looks correct. And I'm gonna do files.each file. Validators.each. I'm gonna say validator class.new file path. I don't want this applicable thing. I'm doing the applicable. I'm doing the applicable here in errors. Okay. So for each file, I'm checking each validator. Okay, that feels good. And I'm saying, are there any errors? If the errors are empty. So here's what I'm actually gonna do. Exudideo says, is there documentation for why you chose to use YAML files for storage, or is that just org knowledge? This was based on rubyvideo.dev. This was This was based on pyvideo.dev, and it was originally rubyvideo.dev, and I believe pyvideo uses YAML files. In addition, there's actually quite a few different like something video, something event sites, and they all tend to use YAML. I would be curious though, what file format do you think we should have used instead? Last time we had JSON versus YAML versus XML. It's really funny because I think one of my rules is like no programming language wars, and that was intended for like Ruby versus Python. But last stream, everybody was just like, we gotta talk about the file formats. We gotta talk about which one's best. And by the way, YAML did win. Okay, so if errors is empty, I'm not actually gonna do that. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say, hey, you know that file errors thing? Yeah, I want you to put it in there. Yeah, good job. You put it in there. All right, and then this is gonna happen at the end. I'm gonna take these. These are mine. P. There we go. I'm gonna de-indent these. Yes. I'm gonna do file errors. Sure, dot flatten. Do I like that? Maybe, maybe not. Exodidio says no opinion on file type. More curious why YAML files versus a small database or something. We really want people to be able to modify the files and make commits to them for a couple of reasons. One, these YAML files represent a historical archive of the Ruby community. So even once we're gone, these will still remain. Two, it's easy for people to modify. Like if you have a GitHub account and you want to make a commit to it, modify it, that's fine. But we retain the ability to look at and review those so we can prevent spam commits and such from coming through. We've actually had people create like GitHub accounts specifically to create like advertisements. Like one of them was like a sports betting site in Australia. And they were like, yeah, we're going to sign up for GitHub and we're going to sign up as a user on Ruby events. And like, that's wild. Just to have like a little circle icon in Australia that's like sportsbetting.com or whatever it is. Like, wild. Let's see. So those are the three big reasons that we use YAML files and static files versus like having a database. We do use, I don't know, maybe. Nightmare Joker says one day she'll commit it all to RDB. DBMS only with a minimal.env and YAML config that points everyone there, but nobody knows when. Nope. Exodus says, yeah, sorry, I wasn't questioning it, just wondering if it was documented. I have answered this question a couple of times, and you can clip it, and then it'll be documented. Also, I don't mind the questions. It's nice. I like chatting with people, and I like chatting with you especially. Nightmare Joker says, it's web search manipulation. Backlinks rank you higher for non-specific searches, or used to. It's probably the backlinking. Okay, validators each. Validator class dot new file path file. Let's see. Exegete says you don't need .NET for SQLite 3. Just saying. Yeah, I wonder what that would look like. I wonder how easy that would be to modify too. That's the big thing. Well, and like what we do is we run seed files that take all of our YAML files and they convert them into the actual like database records. I'm wondering what that process would look like if we just had a section of the database committed. Yeah. Maybe. Okay, so let me kind of like look through this. File layers, file layers. File layers dot flatten. I don't even know if I want that. I'm gonna do a binding.irb here. I'm just gonna run events. Let's see. So I'm gonna do bin. Oof. Rails event. No. Validate events. Ah, doesn't that just feels good. Undefined local variable or method errors for me. Yes, yes. Okay, that's fair. There we go. Okay, let's see. Validator.errors. Next if error is empty. I don't need the next if. There's just nowhere else to go. All right, let's try this again. Go. Run. Do the thing. Excellent. All right, so what is file errors? Oh, interesting. Okay, so we're going to want a compact on there. File errors dot... Well, I can also do if nil. Okay, file errors dot compact. Nil. Nil. There should be at least one. Let's see. Exodidio says, that's what I was thinking. YAML to seeds to validate the DB records instead of the YAML. So we could do that, and we have done that in the past. The reason I like the YAML validations is because they don't have to have the full dev environment set up. They just have to have the Ruby stuff set up. but I'm mad for active model. Nightmare Joker says, I like how the Sapphire and Ruby search didn't have any Pokemon results for you. So they actually did. And they had all this too. I'm just ignoring it. Whoa. House Tube says flatten. That's what was suggested. Well, yeah, I can do that. Yay! Okay. Oh yeah, thank you. Okay, let me go back to this one. Let's see. Extradeo says she's been pigeonholed into Ruby Land. I think I put Ruby and Saph. I don't know. Maybe. There was Pokemon stuff in the sidebar. Okay, so this feels like what I'm looking for. And then I can just do file errors. Ooh. Dot each do. And then I have error. And then I can do like file path, whatever. Yeah, I'm not gonna write this here. I don't wanna write this here. The other thing I can do is I can do like a hash with the file path. Exudio says compact blank is a solid option there too. So many options in Ruby. Yes. She's not a Pokemon on Rails? No way. We did play Blast Off Rails, which is Pokemon on Rails. That's still available, by the way. Hang on. Let me do this real quick. Da-da-da-da. Hang on. Blast Off Rails. The game. The game. Okay, this is super fun. It's Pokemon on Rails. Yes! Thank you, Exegete. Perfect. Papa's Death says, evening all. Evening. Yeah, no, but that one, it was really fun. It was really cool. Thank you so much for the resubscription. Let's see. House Tube says, or flat map. Or flat map. Tons of options in Ruby. Nightmare Joker says, yes, I was there, and then you decided to cheat and have 2 herbs. I wasn't trying to have 2 herbs, but it was worth it because herb was overpowered. For those of you who were not here, I had to face Nate Burkapak as a gym leader, and Nate Burkapak crushed Brakeman. Active agent died if you so much as sneezed at it. Then I went and recovered, and herb one-shot Nate Burkapak, and it was amazing. It was brilliant. I'm so glad the whole thing's up on YouTube. That is one of the streams where I'm glad that I started streaming to YouTube too. Exudio goes, herb OP. Herb was OP. Herb had 3 attacks, and it wrecked everything. It it was so OP. And then active admin just I'm sorry, the idea of cheating gems like Pokemon is so funny to me. But active admin died if another gem, like if it bugged so much, just looked at it. Nightmare Joker says multiple OP herbs. Cheat. It was in the game. It was suggested in the game that you open up the console, try out debug, and see what you could do. Also, for anybody who's wondering, Exegete has a command to give you all of the gems, not just 6. Because that was one of the problems, was there was a limit to 6 gems. Yeah. Popstar says, I think I missed this game. It sounds amazing. So right as you came in, Exegete dropped the link to it. It's the Blast Off Rails game. Exudios' creative use of game mechanics is used to say in WoW. And there's the link again. Da-da-da-da! Game.blastoffrails.com. It was so much fun. I loved it. So good. Okay. This literally says file error stop flatten, so that should be fine. I'm just gonna put this here. You know what I'm kind of thinking? I'm thinking instead of this, what I actually want to do is have like a hash. And then I want to say like file errors And then I want to say like, hang on. Yeah, I want this. I want validators.errors .each. Maybe like a each. Yeah, we'll do each. Error. Yeah, that one. What are you doing? I don't even think that's the thing. I think it's file path. Yeah, that would be error file path. Yes, and then 2 square brackets. Let's see. Exodus is also multi-clipboard is OP built into Windows now. Such a win. It probably works really well. I haven't tried it yet. Okay. Filer's error file path. I'm gonna do indent error. And then I'm going to go up here. There's like a default. There's a default option here. It's like a hash dot new array. I don't know if this is real. Why are you upset? Do not create a hash with a mutable default as the default value can accidentally be changed. This offense is not autocorrectable. It's real. It just doesn't like it. Oh, Rubicop's looking good. Rubicop's not taking me to the correct comp though. Okay, lint shared mutable default. Shared mutable default. Here it is. You checks for hash creation with the mutable default value. Creating a hash in such a way will share the default value across all keys, causing unexpected behavior when modifying it. For example, when a hash was created with an array as the argument, calling hash foo bar will also change the value of all of the keys that have not been explicitly assigned to. Bad. Hash.new square brackets. Hash.new curly braces. Hash.new array.new. Hash.new hash.new. Okay, in rare cases that you intentionally have this behavior without disabling the comp, you can set the default explicitly. Hash.new h.default equals array. A is one. Oh, now I see. I like it when Rubicop saves me from bugs. Let's see. Okay. Exodudio says Windows plus V, but be careful when streaming. Nightmare Joker says don't use that with a password manager. It's dangerous indeed. Exodudio, some password managers are smart about it. I wonder if Bitwarden is. I don't want to find out. Not smart enough. Users are users. Fandom glitches. I'm back. Had to run to the shops. Welcome back. Okay. Okay, beware. This will discard mutations and only remember assignment. Okay. Good. Frozen solution will raise an arrow when mutation attempted. Good. Using a proc will create a new object for each key. Good. Using a block will create a new object for each key. Yeah, that's what I want. That's what I want. Why do I have to do this though? Why isn't this just this? AH key equals this. Okay, whatever. Wild. Which one's cleaner? I think this one is. But I like that this is a one-liner. Let's see. Exodio says, our lives would be so much easier if it weren't for those pesky users. But then they also wouldn't pay us to do our jobs, would they? Yes. Yes to both. It's because of pass by reference, I assume. Yeah, I think that, okay. So I think when I did hash.new with the array, what it was doing is it was saying this one array is the default for all of them. So if I add a value, it applies to all of them. And they did a really good job of explaining that in the documentation. And I think now for each file, I get a different array. Everything is a trade-off, as we say in principal dev meetings. Yep. Okay, so I have this events method. I'm gonna come in here. Get out of there. I'm gonna call this. Undefined method square brackets for an instance of static validators error. Yes, maybe, probably. Yeah, that makes sense. Error.file path. I'll just remember that. Let's see. Nightmare Jagger says, I like to keep telling my old boss, everything can be done somehow. It's a question of how much time, money, and effort you want to devote to it. That is the question, honestly. If you want the impossible, sure, I can spend 3 years working on that. Okay, file, errors. I love this. I love this. Because now I can do like the little gum heading with the file, and then for each error, output it. Is it going to do an X for each of them, though? I think it is. Is that going to be weird? Undefined local variable or method errors. Okay, so we need file errors.flatten. I don't know if I even need to do that anymore. Oh, hang on. If. Oh! Hang on. I do validator.errors.each, so now I don't need to do that. Yeah, I don't think I need this anymore. Yeah, I don't think I need this anymore. Exegete says, I feel like there's a Dr. Ian Malcolm quote in here somewhere about it. Didn't think if they should. Nightmare Joker says, I can build you a time machine, but it might take 1,000 years. Can you wait that long? Yeah. Depends which direction it goes. But yes. Okay. File, errors. File, errors. No, I want this. Indent this. Thank you. So rude. Very good. So then I'm going to do this. I'm going to say file. I'm going to say puts E as error. With enough velocity, anything is possible. Y'all are being silly. I feel like this is, I don't like the double X's. What did the original say? Let me get in here. This one is event dates. Okay, so the original is event dates. That's what the original looks like. Is this clickable? Alt click. Yeah, it's clickable. I'm happy with that. Yeah, we don't need this one. We just need this one. I'm gonna call a different one. This is the only one that's gonna error though. I'm gonna look at a different. I'm gonna make a different error because I don't like that one. This one's speakers. Speakers referenced in videos but missing from speakers.yaml. Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna go through here. Validate that these have unique IDs. Yeah, this one hasn't been removed yet. So for this one, let's do that one. Unique video IDs. All video IDs are unique. Cool. Let's ruin that. rubyconf.yaml. rubyconf videos.yaml. Let's see. Ha! Excellent. This one's perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let me go up here. 13. Yank, yank. Down here. Same line. Paste it. Oh no! Now we don't have unique video IDs. Hangra says, hello, I'm from Cambodia, fan. Hello, welcome. All right, let me see. Okay, so we have this duplicate video ID found. And then we have the duplicate video ID. Okay, this one's a bad example because it does not have files in it. Let's try speaker duplicates. No, that one's not a good example either. Event city names. Event city names. That's a good one. That's a good one. Wait, this is a def. Where is your... Hang on. All three of these happen in one, don't they? Yeah, event city names. Okay. Build city alias lookup. Good. Then we validate the event city names in whatever file it's present in. And then we check the city aliases. Okay, so in this case, I think we're looking for this one. Which files do we check against? Okay, we're looking in the events. Sweet. Here's my event. There's my time zone. Here's Las Vegas. I need something that like, let me try featured cities. I can just make one, technically. Is Las Vegas in here? It is. Vegas! Okay, sweet. Vegas. Come on, give me an error. All right, let me go in here. Let me get a validator rig. Let me grab event city names. Event city names. Go. Let's see. Gotta check that the city is actually in that state in a valid event location. Yup. Gotta check all of that. Exodideo says, what's your take on Hanakaicho, the merger of dry, Hanami, and rum? I mean, they're maintained largely by the same, group of people. I do think Hanami was like, see, now you gotta like tell people like, oh, it's Hanakai, not, Neither of them have good SEO. Hanami Ruby. Yay! I like the animations. It's very cutesy. I do wonder if that will like how that will affect adoption. I think Brooke Coleman described it as Fisher-Price design. I Hate Sleeping says hi. Hello. So yeah, but I kind of like it. Like, I like the motion. And I feel like it's not too much motion. Like sometimes like as you're scrolling, each section of code is appearing and all that sort of stuff. Meanwhile, this is just like, we've got bright color, you know, all of the regular sponsors that you expect to see. Like, this is just like a nice subtle little sun that's got like its little spinning things. So yeah, I like it. What is this? Oh, light mode. Oh no, I don't like that. No. Dark mode. The light mode is too white. If you were a light mode person, I don't think you would like this site. But yeah, they're kind of like, it's just a little bit of animation and it's like right on like the things that you want it on. I like how the leaves are like maintained throughout. It's a very pretty site. The blue's kind of dark, but Nightmare Joker says leaves. Those are herbs. Those are leaves. Those are definitely leaves. Okay. Yeah, so the thing I'm seeing, what if I like invert this? Where instead of being file path, foreground 1, it's just file. And then the error is the one that's got the color to it. Oh, hang on. That's the old one. Not you. You. I think I like that. I think I like that. I'm also noticing that the error message is missing. Oh, Exit says, I was more wondering what you thought of the projects. Oh, I think Hanami is like doing very well and I'm happy about its success. And like, I want Hanami to continue to succeed. Tim Riley is like a very nice person. Personally, I've never been a fan of like type systems. And looking at them some more and experiencing them some more, I think I figured out what it is that I don't like about type systems. I feel like they interfere with me while I'm trying to write and develop and work on code. And it prevents me from doing the testing that I like to do. Because I'm like dropping in with binding.rb. I'm poking, I'm calling methods, I'm changing them, I'm modifying them. And oftentimes what I'm running into is I'm not able to test functionality because the method signatures that I'm working with don't match. If I could have like a dangerous mode that's like don't type check and then like at the end turn on type checking, I think I would like that better. Also if types were generated. Having experienced dry before, I found it to be a little bit restrictive and hard to work with. Nightmare Joker says leaves are the things on the branches. Green branches with leaves are herbs. Brown branches with leaves are trees. What about a bush? That feels like... Is that a real definition? That can't be a real definition. That sounds like something that you made up. Because, like... Yeah. Bushes. Bushes have branches, and they're brown, and they're not trees. Halaka Beer says it's a plant. I like the plants on the site. I think they're cool. My tree has red branches. Is it an herb? Yes. Not yes, but like yes. Nightmare Joker, you have to answer this question. Nightmare Joker says you like the software to figure out the types by itself, but strict type checking is meant to prevent mistakes that result in type mismatching in runtime by having them crop up at build time. I don't like them while I'm building, though. That is the least valuable time to have them. I want types present in runtime. I don't want them during build time. Nightmare Joker says bushes are just crazy trees. I knew it wasn't real. I knew it wasn't real. For a second there, I was sitting there and I was like, how's just... What about red flag trees? Oh my god, you're the nerdiest. Exodio says, may want to Google Palo Verde plants, green branches. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm happy with this. I think this is what I want it to look like. I'm gonna make a few other errors just to like see what it looks like with more of them. So I'm gonna delete the end date here. And then I'm gonna get another event. I'm also, let's do, ooh, yeah, okay. Let's do Rails World event YAML. Sweet. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna delete the start date and the end date. Let's just delete one of them. Perfect. Halakabir says, what language do you feel easy to code in? I think that easy is about experience. So like after you've practiced something and you've worked with it and you've done it before, that's when something feels easy. I think we have simple and complex where it's like the difficulty of the task comes into play, but easy is just about your experience. And for me, what I have the most experience in is Ruby. I've worked with Ruby for like over a decade. I'm very comfortable with it. I'm very confident with it. And so for me, that's the easiest language. But any language that you work with for a long time is going to become easy over time. Nightmare Joker says nerding out about the colors of cartoon branches. Good times. No, but seriously, bushes are trees. Bushes are not trees. They're bushes. Nightmare Joker says, or well, having just looked it up, bushes are woods but not trees. Come on, y'all. I'm trying to get some validators done. And now you're gonna make me go out here and Google what's the difference between bushes, herbs, trees, herbs, shrubs, and trees. What age is this for? K through 12. What is this? I'm Flexi. You can chat with me if you have any questions, or I could help with reminders. No. Alexi Tadeo says there's an amazing old Rich Hickey video about Simple Made Easy. It's such a great talk. Clippy! This is like... I don't even think this is Clippy. This is like, what's that owl from Duolingo? This is the owl from Duolingo's cousin. What age is this for? Yes, clearly super important. Lol. I think so. Yeah. Phantom glitch. That is so. Okay, but what is people's favorite tree? I'm like half between them.
Flower.
You got a flower!
Flower for you
That is a playground. Look at that. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What's a tree?
It's a bridge.
It's a bridge. That's a bridge in the picture. What's a tree?
Yeah, it goes a curved line like this. Here's your flower.
Thank you. I love it. It's beautiful. Alakabir says, cool, because I'm 11 years old and the youngest tech entrepreneur in Pakistan and the youngest software developer. And yes, girl, you're so cool. Keep it up. Thank you.
You have to smell it.
You have to smell it. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you have a head start on things, and good luck with your website. I assume that you have a website, being the youngest tech entrepreneur in Pakistan. Phantom Glitch says the most valid opinion has arrived. The most valid opinion was, this is a picture of a bridge. Is that the playground? Which solves nothing. Hazatube says, that's not a flower, that's a tree. Okay, Exudidia says, that is the most gorgeous found flower I've ever seen. I paid $100 for flowers yesterday because I don't have any. This is not a real flower. Look. Hang on, I gotta hide my face so that, like... Yeah, these are just like silk flowers that are hanging around the house. Hungry Hippo says, Duolingo is weird. If you don't use the app for a while, they replace the app icon with the owl's face with a picture of it looking sick. So every time I open my phone, I have to look at this diseased owl sitting there because I wasn't like practicing. That's what Clippy over here is gonna do. Alright, so basil, mint, and rosemary are examples of herbs. Note they have very soft stems and grow close to the soil. Shrubs have woody stems and are a shorter height than trees. Trees are tall plants with hard and thick stems or trunks. The stems have multiple branches in the upper part and above the ground. Climbers are this. Creepers spread horizontally along the ground. I'm not sure this has answered our question at all about what these are. I'm gonna go with ferns. Fluffy Panda says, oh gee, that was a tiny human. That was a tiny human. Hungry Best says, Google Duolingo sick icon. Okay. Duolingo sick icon. Exodus says, it's tradition to get flowers for ballet. I had 2 lovely ladies in the show yesterday. Expensive, but worth it. Oh, gross. Hang on, I used to use Duolingo. Do I have my phone on me? I don't have my phone on me. I don't even know like what my Duolingo looks like. Maybe my Duolingo is just dead. But they just show you the Duolingo bird getting sick? This was a temporary marketing stunt. Duolingo periodically uses these altered icons to drive engagement and encourage users to open the app. You can nurse Duo back to health and revert the icon to normal by completing your daily lesson. Blech. Gross. Also, do you use Duolingo Pro to like not learn a language? Is that what I read? Hungry Hippo says, yeah, when I first saw it, I thought it was malware or something, because why would you do that? Because you can. Okay. Yeah, we're going to run validate events. I like this. I think this looks good. What do y'all think? I think this looks good. It's like, you have it in red. Here is the error. I do want to check really quickly. Error. Because I thought that it would give you the line number if the line number was greater than 1. So I'm going to open this up and I'm going to do, the line number in this case is equal to 1 because the start date and end date are missing. Perfect. Yeah, for missing values, I don't want to show a long number. That makes sense. Sweet. Okay, so I'm happy with that. I'll just keep that one open. Where is validate.rake? Here it is. Yeah, so now I have a structure that I'm happy with. So I'm going to come in here, git commit -pm, validate event files in an event validation loop. No. 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 Yes, I do want this. So I'm creating this as like a new path that you can use. HouseTube says, what if you have an actual error on line 1? Then you're going to find it really quick. Exudidio says, I feel like the icon is backwards with the other example you had. Of what? Phantom Glitch's Duo is the epitome of guilt tripping you into being productive. It's amazing. And if you want to avoid that guilt tripping, you can just pay whatever the cost is for Duolingo Pro. Which is weird. Like, if your goal is to learn a language, you can pay to not learn the language. Weird. Yes to that. I'm gonna keep this part, maybe. You know what, actually, I'm not gonna change anything here because I'm gonna get rid of that. Exudidio says the red X is on the wrong line of the new error compared to the previous. Neither of them have lines. Angry Hippo says I never paid for Pro, so it's with the regular app too. No, you can pay for Pro to get rid of the sick icon without changing your thing. That's what it said. Nightmare Joker says error on line 1 is either really easy because you did it on purpose or really hard because your program is only one line and you're crazy for writing it that way. Phantom Glitch says it's an effective marketing strategy. I've seen people with parasocial attachments to the Duo bird and won't delete the app because what if Duo is mad at me? Yeah. Okay. It didn't stop me from getting rid of the app or ignoring it, but okay. But I did actually think about that with the line 1 thing. I just think that like line 1 is our default line, and I only want to show a line number if I'm confident it's the right one. And if you do line 0, then it doesn't put a an error message on the file at all in the GitHub action. Yeah, if you put it on line 0, it doesn't put it in the on the file for the GitHub action. But am I putting it on line 1? Putting it on line 1 for the GitHub action is fine, but putting it on line 1 for the log line, just because, just to support the GitHub action use case when it's not actually on line 1, is kind of weird. Anyway. I'm gonna keep rolling forward. Okay, so now we have validate speakers. So this is speakers.yaml. I'm gonna skip this one. Validate data.speakers. Oh, validate data/speakers.yaml. Yeah, I like that. We can update the description if we ever decide we want more than one speakers file. Let's see. If Duo gets mad at me, Duo gets mad at you and threatens to hurt you or set your house on fire if you don't do your daily lesson in the first half of the day. It's wild. That's not real. You're messing with me again. This is like the trees thing all over again. Hungry Hippo says, pay for it or get better or uninstall. Seabird. Yeah. Saladin Boqueef says, hello, Chillcodes. Hello. All right, all speakers in videos.yaml file exists in speakers.yaml. So that's a videos validation. That's a videos validation. This is a videos validation. Yep. I'm gonna try and find all of the event ones and extract them first. Nightmare Joker says, no, it's real. I've even gotten notifications to do my lessons with knife emojis in it. I feel like that's something that they could like sue the company for. Okay, so these are all city-based ones. The city ones I might do next. So validate video city names. I didn't even know the videos had city names in them. Better question, why do the videos have city names in them? Is this a meetups thing? Why do the videos have city names? I bet it's a meetups thing. I bet it's a meetups thing. Let's see. I've seen it on my partner's phone. They got an email from Duo threatening to report them to the authorities for not doing their lessons for a week. The joke was very obviously satire, but still wild. I think they have stopped most of this now because of backlash. Yes! Hungry Hippo says that's the only way they'll get me to practice is if they threaten me? Duolingo never threatened me when I used it. If it did, I would not have no. Okay, what is this? What is a problematic URL? What is a problematic URL? Hang on, go. Oh. That worked. That hasn't worked before. Okay. Each speaker deck entry, slide URL, problematic patterns. Thank you for following it, Jarzez. Welcome. Problematic patterns. Ooh, you worked again. Okay. Speakerdeck.com/player, speakerdeck.com/you. Oh, okay. Needs to migrate to user slug instead of player or you. I like it. That's nice. Good for that. Okay, validate assets if colors configured. This one is an event validator. Nightmare Joker 2 says, URLs to a naughty website? No. Turns out, just old URLs. Phantom glitches. Okay. So Nightmare Joker. Wait, hang on. You sound a lot like my partner with this. Yes. Sativa Stream says, same thing. Hi. Oh, yeah. I get it now. Okay. Files, flat map. Why do I need this flat map? Do I need this flat map? I don't think I do. Do I have this flat map? No, I don't. No, I just do file path, file path. All right. Here is where I want this to become magical. I'm going to take this and I'm just gonna yank through to the dot. And I'm gonna come up here where we have the event and I'm just gonna put it in, not there. No, not there. And I'm just gonna put this in here. And then I'm gonna make one of these colors have assets. I need to delete somebody's asset. Okay, let's go to RubyConf. Ruby conf. Yeah, nope, assets. Rude. Okay, assets, RubyConf. This one has a default. Okay, let's do Rails World. Rails World also has a default. Stop having defaults. I'm lying. They're supposed to have defaults. Defaults are good. We're gonna delete this one. Delete permanently and forever. never to be seen or heard from again. Delete permanently and forever, never to be seen or heard from again. Excellent. Guess I could have done RubyConf for that one. Okay, I'm gonna run bin validate events. Emil Marion Mendoza says hello from the Philippines. Hello, welcome. Okay, here's what I'm hoping for. Yes! Ah, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Okay. Line 15. Color field configured, but asset not found in this location or this location. Line 16. Color field configured, but asset featured.webp not found in this location or this location. Ah! Isn't that so good? I like that so much. Look, 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 look. I have my file, and then I have all of the errors from any of the validators. Sativa Stream says that file had a family. It had a family, and you just deleted it permanently. Yeah, I did. Without a second thought. Hi, Kafka! Extradidio says success. Phantom Glitch says this makes me very happy. This makes me very happy too. Think about it. We can make whatever validators we want, however many we want, all over the place, and you just whoop, and they all come out in the same format. And they're all just together. And I don't have like this validation, that validation, this validation, that validation. No, I have validated the events files. Phantom Glitch says this makes me very happy. It makes me very happy too. Exogidio says, this is a triumph. Making a note here, huge success. Nightmare Joker 2 says, chill deleting families. No, I only deleted one member of the family. No, I am not going to ask you whether it is better to delete the entire family of files or just one member of the family. We are not having that conversation today. Exodidio says, I'm glad you came with me on that quote. Portal 2, best game of all time. Fight me. Oh, I have to go with One Dreamer. I have to, but Portal 2 is a close second. Portal 2 and Portal 1. Those were my absolute favorites. Okay. That was so good. And it just worked. It just worked. It just worked in such a good way. Okay. Where was I? This is validate all YAML files. Nightmare Joker 2 says, so the one sibling you didn't like, that one in particular. I only have one sibling. I only have one. Not multiples. Fandom Glitch says, I have a friend who has never heard of Portal. It deeply upset me when I found out. Kafka says, I think the quote is from the first game, isn't it? So it is the ending song of the first game because it brings up cake. I used to be able to sing the whole thing beginning to end. Yeah, so this, totally not needed. And see, now we're not doing like events with visual config but no assets. It's just events. We're validating the events. Mwah. So good. So happy. And then I can come in here and I can just be like, check the events. That's it. That's all I want you to do. Check the events. None of this validate event dates. No. Validate event files. Do I want to call them event.yaml files? Yeah, I do. I want to call them event.yaml files. And then I'm going to come up here. And you're a task. I'm going to make you a method. I like the methods. Def validate event files. Then I'm literally just gonna delete these two lines. Put them down here. And come in here. exit one if validate event files dot any. Yeah. So this is the failure. What if they're all successful? Yeah, so let me try this. If file errors dot empty. Yeah. Yeah. And then we'll just end this with file errors. File errors dot values dot flatten. Oh, hi, Mom. What are you doing here?
We came to visit for a little bit. We're on the way to get something.
Oh, fun.
I would tell you bye.
Bye. My mom is here. What do y'all think of the pool? My dad is here. Chat says hi. She left. She's not interested in saying hi to y'all. That's my mom. Exodito says hi, moms. Phantom Glitch says hi, Chels mom. She doesn't want to say hi. Phantom Glitch says sad. Yep. She came downstairs. She's like, bye. And I'm like, what are you doing here? She's like, we dropped by because we were coming to get something. Okay. My mom visits so much more often now that my sister lives with me. Exodito says grandkids are bigger than chat. Yeah, she does like the grandkids bigger than chat. Sadie Miss Dreams says the permanently deleting child files was just foreshadowing. Dun dun dun. Okay. Validate event files at any. Yep. File errors values flatten. What is that? I'm gonna do a binding.irb. Alright, cool. Validate event. This was not the best place to ask this question. Yeah, it just removes the hash key. That looks great. I love that. Fantastic. Xstudio says, I would not put up with my sister even if it meant my mom visited more. I like my sister. My sister is great. She's fantastic. Yeah, no, this looks good. I like this. I'm really happy with this. Okay. Let me pull this down. Clean that up. Oh, right. I need to call this method. Validate event files. Why is this? Did I commit this already? Maybe? Weird. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way down to the bottom. Here's my gum style. Here's my gum style. All your befell rules passed. Okay, here we go. Results. And this is just going to be a true false. What? No. Validate event files. Okay. So if there are no event files added to this, then results is gets another true. Yeah. So here's what I'm kind of imagining. If validate event files returns a hash, theoretically, when I call this, instead of doing the puts here, I could be doing the puts in validate all, and I could just iterate through all of them. But calling the method right now is going to puts it, so we're going to have those values anyway. So it's fine. That's good. This method, event dates, colors of assets. I'm going to leave this here right now. I'm going to leave this here right now. And then what I'm going to do is once I've got each of the files refactored into this new structure, I'm going to go in and I'm going to, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm going to refactor this into a base class. And yeah, that's how that's going to work. I think I can delete this now. I don't need this. I don't need to write this a million times. I should probably fix the issues that I caused. Yeah, I should do that. Git status. Now I know that you were all very upset that I destroyed all of those poor little files that had families, all of those image files. So just for you all, and not because I need passing tests, I'm going to restore them. I'm going to bring them back to life. Because as much as they said that these were permanently deleted, with Git, that's no longer true. I mean, you could argue that Git is a form of necromancy for files. Nightmare Joker 2 says the error handler gets to be a class of its own. Fancy. Side of his stream says necromancy, yay. Necromancy, yay. You know what else I'm gonna do? I'm gonna restore all of the evil YAML I wrote. Completely restore the data folder. Now I only have my changes to validate.rake. And when I go in here and I validate the events, they're gonna pass and it's gonna be green. All event.yaml files pass validations. Exididio says Git is time travel for files. Ah, time travel is necromancy. Got it. Phantom Glitch says pet cemetery for us nerds. Yes. Maybe that's why time travel is like forbidden. Secretly necromancy. Okay, bin reels, validate all. We got little pink boxes. All files match the rules. All event files passed validations. All speaker fields are unique. All speakers and videos exist. And do you see how, like, I can't read all these? Is it necromancy if you take an alive person and take them to a time when they're dead? Let me ask this question. If I raise a skeleton and I send my skeleton to go attack an alive person, and then that alive person is dead, is that necromancy? I feel like you would argue that that's necromancy. So I think it is. Nightmare Joker says every file in Trail's project is valid, just like a person. Okay, I'm gonna commit this. Git commit. Nope. I'm gonna delete the files I don't need. Okay. I don't need this event dates anymore. Begone with you. I don't need the event dates method anymore. Where was my other one? Speaker deck, speaker deck. I don't need this validates assets if configured. I don't need validate event assets. And then inside here, I already edited that one. Let me search for event assets. We weren't even checking it. Oh no, here it is. I'm like rage clicking. It's right there. Okay. A puts before the results. Yeah. Exegerio says, yes, but it's the act of raising the skeleton that is necromancy. I'm not going to say I didn't pick my examples carefully. Phantom Glitch says they're all valid until we include JSON. JSON is not valid. Ah, awkward moment. I did add some like JSON schemas in here. Yeah, okay. Now I should be ready. I'm going to test it again now that I've deleted a whole bunch of stuff. I'm going to run validate all. I'm going to run validate events. That's the other thing, is I'll be able to remember them. I'll be able to be like, oh, I'm adding an event. Let me run validate event. See, look. Events. It's obvious. And look, it's just like all event.yaml files pass validations. Ah, peak. Perfect. Lovely. Ah, so happy. Okay. What else am I doing? I think I'm committing. Phantom Glitch says, you're cheating on YAML. It started with blast off Rails. And then it's gone everywhere through all of my apps and my coding, and I can't help it. And now I'm putting 5 coded things in production that are breaking production, and I'm using JSON and YAML in the same exact application. Thank you for following Darkmaster122. All right, git, commit, PM, move all event validations into a separate method in validate.rake. Go. And see, look, here are the changes that I made. Kafka says, okay, Kafka says, that's okay. YAML accepts JSON for what it is. And actually, it's okay. YAML is polylingual. It's poly-YAML. Oh, I'm poly-YAMLless. Good God. No, I'm sorry. I just... It's poly-YAML. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay. We're going to go in here and we're going to validate some event files. Yes. All of this, look at that. This is what I'm keeping. All of this, deleting it. So nice. Deleting all this. And right here, this, gone. 17 insertions and 54 deletions. Now, if I were working at my work and at my company, this would be the PR. And I would be done. And I would be like, good job, me. I have made a small PR. I'm going to let others review it. And I am done for the day. But because we're working in open source, we're going to extract validations. Describe. Instead of running independent validations, let's see, Exegerio, I mean some parts of very northern Arizona and southern Utah. Polygamy and polyamory, 2 different things. Different cultures. You might say together they're GMO. Don't get that one. Better than what Prime calls it. That guy. Darkmaster says project. Project doesn't work anymore. I am working on a project called rubyevents.org. Da-na-na-na. Do I have a link to it? I do. Okay. Project doesn't work. But our Ruby Events does. I work on a couple of different projects. This one right here is the one that I'm working on today. All of these events, which is what you see right here, like you have this talks, speakers, participants, schedule, venue. All of these are different EML files. Oh man, I have been really not keeping up with this. So hat tip to Marco for making sure that these are updated. Oh, the colors. The colors match too. Oh, so good. So good. And there's Thelma. Okay. These are validations for the files that supports. So for example, right here, we have the event file. This is the event file. We've been poking around with that, messing with that. And now we're kind of like done with that section. So it's time to move on to the next one. So you're joining right as we go through and we pick a new validation to extract. Yes, so here's the PR. Instead of running independent validations, Dartmaster says, nice, thank you. Okay, instead of running independent validations, group independent validations in validate.rake, group validations based on the file and file type. Sweet. Right. Evil YAML to test validations. C validations fail in CI. Revert evil YAML. I love describing it as evil YAML. All right, draft pull request for this one. Beautiful. Phantom Glitch says, it's wild. I'm starting to understand Ruby because of the streams. Yes, that's how it works. That's how it's supposed to work. All right, brief minute for our YouTube friends. And there you go. Ah, I'm doing so good. I'm such a good streamer. I remember to send links to both chats. I'm just kidding. Okay. That all looks good. That all looks good. 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 That's validating the event files. It looks like the next one is speakers. And I already have this validate speakers. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna grab this and I'm gonna rewrite it for speakers. Yeah. Yank. I think I'm literally just gonna like, let's make the naming consistent. Validate speaker files. Yeah. Yeah. And then right here, we're gonna delete this one, and I'm gonna say yank through dot, come here, O, P. Perfect. Get it indented properly. That looks nice. I'm happy with that. Let's see. Yep. And so we're just gonna come in here and say data/speakers.yaml past validations. Excellent. And if that's not true, it's going to go through for the one file, dataspeakers.yaml, and then it's just going to put these out. I think I can keep this. And I don't think I need to, like, get rid of it. Because my goal is to eventually extract this out. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Up here, I want that, but also this is just this. There aren't actually multiple files, but that doesn't mean I can't go through an array of one. I can go through an array of 1 and that'll work just fine. And then inside here where I say validate data speakers.yaml, I just make this validate speakers file. X. Nice. Yes. Yes, I would like you to change that. Thank you. And then if I'm not mistaken, if I go all the way down here, where are you? Where are you? Validating. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Instead of this, we'll just say validating speaker.yaml file. Validate. Is it speaker file? I think it is. Let me check that. I'm just gonna come in here. I'm gonna say, hey, validate speakers. Exitideo says, Phantom Glitch, why is that a bad thing? And Phantom Glitch says, it's not a bad thing. I've said in the past I was going to learn a little bit of Ruby to expand my knowledge base, but also it's not a language that would be used in my specific career focus much. But it's nice, right? Just a little bit, just a little bit. I don't know if y'all remember this, but there used to be like this really big thing about like rewriting things in Ruby, where people just like seeing how short and small and concise it was. Phantom Glitch says, it is a very pretty language, I will say. Yes. Okay, so that one's not real. Is it speakers file? Speakers file? Validate speakers file. Okay, let's try that again. Hungry Hippo says Ruby Golf? No, there used to be a trend where you would rewrite things in Ruby. Like whatever it was. And you would just be like, I rewrote this in Ruby and this is what it looks like now. But there is Ruby Golf. It's just not the thing I'm talking about. All right, so here's validate speakers. I don't need this one anymore. Yes. AlphaLink says learning a language, even if it's not related to your career focus, is, I think, great. Right now I'm learning Odin and I love it, but I'll probably never use it at work, just for my personal things. Oh, fun. Hungry Hippo says, so it's like how everyone's rewriting in Rust now? Yes, 100%. Exitideo says, I did that with a lot of the old Perl code bases I used to work on. I wish I could throw AI at rewriting some of that in Ruby. Would be a hoot. Honestly, yeah. Like, try it and see what happens. Okay, so now we're gonna do this. This is already an error. So we're just gonna delete through dot. Oh no, wait, hang on. This one is a trick because this is actually a validation for videos. Yeah, okay, so this validates videos.yaml. Yeah, that's a trick. All right, let me look at this one next. Unique video IDs, speaker duplicates. Okay, so this one is a speaker. Okay, so this is static speakers file.new, same name duplicates. Here's our first validator. Exitideo says if I had that old Perl code, I would. 18 years of code deleted from my life. This is actually part of one of my talks about open source, where I'm just like, having your best code in other people's private repos is heartbreaking and heart-wrenching. And for me, that's part of the reason that I do open source, is so like my best code is out there and public, and I may not own it, but at least I have access to it. Phantom Glitch says, I'm wondering if I go back after my project is over and rewrite it in Ruby as a challenge. I think that would be fun. I think that would be fun too. That sounds like a really cool idea. Okay, so this is same name duplicates. This is static speakers file new. Let's see. Hungry Hippo says, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm rewriting the same project in different languages and frameworks to see how it differs. And the interesting thing about that is you kind of ask the question of like, there's like the expert thing where it's like, if you're an expert in a framework, you know how to use it and you like know all of the little shortcuts and stuff. So it's kind of like if you're new to a framework, but it is a good way to learn one. Okay. We're going to make a new one. We're going to make a new validator. And while we're at it, let me go ahead and open speakers.yaml. Good. You know what? Let's use the other one where it's like, what's it called? Unique speaker fields. Yeah. All right, so here's my validator. I have unique speaker fields, initialize, patterns, unique fields. You've heard me talk before about like how I approach AI and things like that. This is actually one of the cases where I do want to use it. Where I'm gonna hop in here and I'm literally gonna say, hey, I want you to extract this specific thing into that specific thing. Let's see. Validate speakers, validate speaker duplicates. Cool. Sweet. So this is GPT 5.4. I'm going to take a look at my models. That's Codex. Where are my other models? Oh, here they are. Do I trust 4.1 with this? It's okay if it's broken, if it gets most of the way there. It's fairly structured. It's not going to know which files to look at. Do I want to use Sonnet 4.5? Maybe. I'm going to use Sonnet 4.5. Okay. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to say extract validate speaker duplicates into unique speaker names. And let me take a look at what this does. Speakers file, and that's model static, and we're looking for same name duplicates. Same name duplicates, names, tally, select. Okay, so this is literally just a unique fields. Well, if that's the case, can I use unique speaker fields? Hang on, let me check this really quick. Names, tally, select, count 1. Okay. Do I use this in here? No. Names, tally, select. Okay. And then what are you using? And this, it doesn't check aliases. Should it check aliases? But it doesn't check aliases. Unique speaker fields. No. What? No, wait, this is where this belongs. Hang on. Yes. Okay. What is the static speakers file, unique fields.each, speaker duplicates field? Okay, speaker duplicates field. Speakers file, duplicates, same name duplicates. Okay, document, pluck, field too simple, select present, tally, select count 1. That feels like it would do the same thing. Thank you for following, corrupt user. Okay, hang on. Exitideo asks Hungry Hippo, any different paradigms such as rewriting and functional programming, e.g. Elixir, F# or Gleam? And Hungry Hippo says, no, although I did try Elixir before and loved it. It's mainly been the backend in Rails, Laravel, Java, and Next.js. And then Exegete says, okay, the few times I've tried Elixir Gleam, I learned so much about functional programming, but I'm super curious about immutable languages. Interesting. Phantom Glitch says, I'm going to take some time off first. I've been looking at code for 14 hours a day for nearly 5 months now. But come January 2027, I'll likely be hopping back in here and asking many questions. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, Craft User says, you're welcome. Welcome. Let's see. And Hungry Hungry Bus says, I think Elixir was the only functional programming language I've tried before. The syntax definitely threw me off, but I can see why people like it. I honestly don't know why it isn't more popular. I think the reason that people pick a language, and the reason people pick the reason people enjoy a language and the reason people start a business and pick a language for their business are two very different things. Okay, let me go in here. Chill codes. So it looks like this case only covers this one, which is like, I'm in here twice with the same name. It doesn't cover aliases. If it covered aliases, I would think that it needed a separate validator, but I don't think it does. And so our GitHub here is going to be, yeah, let's pretend it's Rachel Reitman. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to delete the Twitter, the Mastodon, the Blue Sky, the LinkedIn, the website, the speaker deck, and the slug. That looks perfect. I'm going to keep this. I'm going to come over here. Not here. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to open this. I'm going to go back to Bash. Speakers file dot duplicates. This is not a Rails console. Let's open a Rails console. Hungry Hungry Hippo says, all the things I like are used the least. Yeah, that's a shame. Okay. I'm gonna come over here. Not here. Where am I gonna go? I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go here. And yeah, I'm gonna use this one. Do I even need this? Let me go. Oh, the definitions are working. Every time the definitions work, I'm kind of like, ooh, lovely. Okay. Yeah, the only reason I'm keeping this like at file path thing is to match the pattern, but it's entirely unnecessary in this case. Because in this case, like it only applies to the speakers file. Okay, so I'll do static speakers file.new. Static .new. Speaker file. What do you mean? Speaker file? Oh, capital F. There we go. There we go. Exegidio says, try Erlang. That language throws me off, but it's so interesting to solve problems. Fearless concurrency means something very different in Erlang and other Beam languages like Elixir and Gleam. Fearless concurrency. I like that idea. Okay. Speaker file dot duplicates. Yep. Name. Yeah. It just works. Heck yeah. Yeah. We're not using aliases. It doesn't cover aliases. Look. I'm gonna bring it up again. Not you. Gosh darn it. Where? Alt tab. This. Okay. If we look at validate.rake, we get same name duplicates, and if any of them are the same, then we do reverse name duplicates. Now, reverse name duplicates is going to require a different one, but that's a different one. Reverse name duplicates needs one, but this is speaker duplicates. We don't need that one. Wait. Yeah, it does both. But like that's two separate validations. Akash Chapadani says, "Hey, what's up? Hello, I'm working on a project called Ruby Events. All of these right here are backed by like YAML files. And we have a bunch of contributors that do the YAML files. And so I need to make sure that like the YAML files are correctly configured. So I'm writing some validators for the files. Honestly, I'm just refactoring and extracting them and making them nice. Right now, I'm looking at same names and reverse names. Now, reverse names is gonna need its own validator, but I'm pretty sure I can just slap the name in here and it'll work. Right? Like I can just do this and then unique speaker fields is gonna catch it. Never Joker says, wow, what's up? Reminds me of that Budweiser commercial from the 90s. I like it. I love doing everybody's little voices and like, what's up? It's fun. I like it. Oh, Hungry But says, ew, lol. I don't like the look of that. For a second, I thought you were talking about closure or closure script. Not this time. Let's see. Okay. I think all I have to do is add the name here. I could have another one that checks aliases, but this one doesn't check aliases. I'm looking. I'm gonna read it again before I delete it. Same name duplicates. Here's the speakers file. Here's same name duplicates. It's just names. Hang on, what's in names? Wait a second, what's in names? No, it's just name. It's just name. It's not known names. Should probably be known names. Maybe I should just make like a unique names that checks the aliases. I feel like this was supposed to look at known names and doesn't. Akash says, I understood nothing. For real, I'm just a college student and a MERN stack dev. That's where everybody starts. Not necessarily MERN stack, but as a college student. Not even necessarily as a college student, but we all have to start with knowing nothing that's going on and picking it up slowly. Okay, validate. I'm trying to decide. I'm gonna make a separate one. I'm gonna make a unique names one. I'm gonna make a unique name one because even though this one uses same name duplicates, like it's clearly, I'm pretty sure that same name duplicates is supposed to be known names right here. What? This is like reversed at each with object. I'm pretty sure both of those are supposed to be known names. Thank you for following IK Huj G Tuf Japo Nate 2FD38923. I'm gonna call you Ikchuk. Welcome. Alright, let's see. Exit she says cat on a keyboard for short. Yes. Cat on a keyboard. Does anybody remember Kego? I haven't seen Kego in years. Alright. Let's see. Videos glob, involvements glob, orphaned entries. Some of these feel like they might be in the wrong home. Alpha Link says someone's password is username lol. That's the same joke everybody made about old Kego. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna bring AI in for this one. Okay. Write a new validator based on the, let's look it up. Validate speaker duplicates method invalidate.rake. No. I did yank inner word. I always forget that yank inner word doesn't work in the terminal unless you start it with a quotes, like the quote star yank inner word. All right. Based on the validate speaker duplicates method in at validate dot rake. Yes. It should follow the same format as, let me go over here. Let me go find it. Yes. Unique speaker fields. Unique speaker fields. Yep. Boop. Off you go. This is the sort of thing where I feel like AI is actually like useful for like, I have this code in this place, transform it into a different format and handle all of the like adding errors and stuff like that. Akash says, hell no, bro, don't use Copilot, use open code. So I am interested in open code, and in particular, I'm interested in playing around with local models, but as an open source maintainer, I get GitHub Pro for free. So I've been using Copilot. It's not bad. I can pick any model I want with it, and I feel like the model has more of an impact than anything else. So this one is speaker duplicates. I might rename this something like unique speaker names. Unique speakers. Akash says you can just install using one command. I mean, I can do that with Copilot too. I do GH space Copilot and it installs it for me in one command. But then you have to go in and, you know, configure and auth and set everything up, and but that's not one of the one commands, right? But also I'm not interested in setting up open code with a local model right now. At some point though, but not right now. All right, let me see. So return applicable, return false unless file exists, patterns.any.match. This is gonna match speakers. Then I'm gonna call validate, that all looks good. Return empty array unless applicable. Speakers, static speakers, new file path, errors. And then it just copied the methods in. That's fine. That's fine. That's enough to get me started. AlphaLink says pacman-s package is also one command. What is pacman? Fandom Glitch says, do you think you'll stick with Copilot after the changes to billing at the end of the month? I don't know. So one of the things that I was using that was really helpful here was this, right? Like I was using the free 4.1 to test things out. So I don't know. I'm still gonna have to use it for the Copilot stuff that I'm doing with the assigning events. But I don't know if I'm going to continue to use this. And honestly, the end of the month might be when I start experimenting with open code. Dev2 just did like a competition thing where if you use Hermes and you like, sorry, I can't believe I just said Hermes like the bag. Hermes. If you use Hermes, then they have like a competition, and whoever's article wins gets like 1,000 and the next winners get like 100. So anyway, that was another like agent option that they were talking about. Oh, Kafka says the package manager, of course. I don't think I've used Pacman before. Oh, specifically arches. And AlphaLink says succinctly, Arch Linux's package manager. Pacman package manager in Arch. I think that's what he's talking about. Yep. Yep, that's the one. Okay. I'm gonna edit this. Did you make me a test? You didn't make me a test? You didn't make me a test? Hang on. You gonna make me a test? I'm kind of wondering if this is still counting as one session, and I think it is. I feel like I've been, let me kind of look through here. Validate. It's more the thing that I am validating. I am validating the speaker exists. I'm validating that the speaker fields are unique. So I feel like here I would be validating unique speakers. Phantom Glitch says Pac-Man can be a pain, much like Arch. It is more or less designed to give users as much freedom as they want. Sounds like it could be cool. Okay, applicable returns true for speakers file, non-speakers file. Applicable returns false for a non-existence file. Excessive, but fine. Returns empty errors for the real speaker.yaml. Good. Ideally, yes. Returns error for same name duplicates. Yep, perfect. With temp speaker, assert equals, assert equals, assert equals. Returns error for reverse name duplicates. Like that. That's good. This is because Ruby is really big in Japan. That's why we check for reverse name duplicates. Reverse name, errors any. What is this little arrow? That's cute. I like it. Returns no errors for unique names. Good. We've technically already tested this with like the speakers.yaml. Errors are static validators error objects. Not particularly helpful. Returns both same name and reverse name errors when present. Lovely. With temp speakers. Yeah, that's good. I think this is counting as one session, so I'm gonna be a little bit cheeky here. And I'm gonna say, can you add a test where alias, can you add a test where an alias triggers a validation error? Let's see. Ooh, okay, so we're adding errors from alias name conflicts.
Daddy wants you to be with you.
What?
Daddy wants you to be with him.
Daddy wants me to be with him?
Yeah.
Daddy needs my help?
Yeah.
Did he tell you why?
Yeah, because he needs you.
He needs me?
Yeah. Those are Roombas. You can't turn them on.
What?
You can't turn those Roombas on.
No, we're not gonna turn the Roombas on. Okay, I'm gonna be back in like 5 minutes, maybe. Make chat messages about flowers. No, wait, hang on. Not that one. Not this one either. Not this one. Not this one. This one. Chat messages about flowers, and they'll grow.
Yeah.
Kafka says, wait, so I could just put the word rose somewhere and it'll spawn? Did it spawn? It's supposed to, yes. Nightmare Joker says, I want to be a tree. A big tree that nobody can see. You are very into the trees. Kafka says, yes, roses and sunflowers, all the flowers. Yes, all the flowers. I kind of expected to come back and see a whole bunch of them. Yes. Are you gonna run the tests? You better run the tests. Are you gonna run the test? Run the test. Okay. We're gonna see. Kafka says, but they disappear after a while. I think you can, like, water them or something. Okay. She came downstairs and she said, Daddy says that you need to come seek him. And I was like, oh my God, what happened? Is he, like, hurt? Is he injured? I need to go find out what's going on. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna come back. So I go, I'm gonna come back. We get out there. I'm like, hey, Ken, are you okay? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, did you send Charlotte to come get me? And he's like, no. What happened is I told her that she wasn't allowed to be outside if one of us weren't out with her. And yeah, that's what happened. That's why she came to come get me. Is she was like, oh, he said that I need to have an adult with me, so I'm gonna go tell her that he said she had to come up here. I just... Technically, he did say that I had to be with her for her to be outside, but that is definitely not what, like, he meant. Note, the real speakers.yaml has known duplicates that need to be resolved. This test documents that fact rather than asserting emptiness. If this fails, it means new duplicates were introduced or existing ones were fixed. Does it have real duplicates? Hungry Hippo says, technically, she wasn't wrong. That was definitely not the spirit of the message. I guess I want a different error message for each one. Because for one of them, I want a message that's like, hey, this is an alias. For one of them, I want a message that's like, this is a, yeah. Hungry Hippo says, future lawyer, perhaps. Probably. Honestly, yes. She would definitely go for that. Summary. I've successfully created a new validator, static validator, speaker duplicates based on the validate speaker duplicates method in the rake test. Here's what was implemented. I made a speaker duplicates class, and then I made a speaker duplicates test, and then I modified validate.rake. And now I have 3 types of speaker name conflicts: same name, reverse name, and alias name conflicts. And all of that was one command, technically. Okay, so let me get in here to validate.rake. So the first thing that I think I want to do is I want to rename this. So instead of doing, I'm going to close this. I need to open my files now. Let me see, app, images, models, static, validators, speaker duplicates. So instead of calling this speaker duplicates, I want this to be unique speakers. Basically, all speakers must be unique. I want to make it like this is the thing that I'm verifying. Okay, speaker duplicates test. Okay, and so you're gonna be unique speakers. Yep, unique speakers, unique speakers, unique speakers, unique speakers, unique speakers, unique speakers. This is silly because all I have to do is go through here and make these all described class. I'm pretty sure. I'll try it on this one. Described class. Excellent. I'm gonna run that in the terminal. Running. It failed. Undefined local variable or method described class for an instance of static validators unique speaker test. I don't have described class because I'm not using RSpec. Boo. Alright, test returns errors for same name duplicates, unique speakers. Okay, so we're going to change inner word. Unique speakers. Come down here. Dot. Yep. Any more here? Yep. Dot. You. She was a wee bit sunburnt too. Poor baby. Alright. Save this. Yeah, just run the whole file. I really like this. This, like the little test explorer thing for Ruby is my favorite part of this. Uninitialized constant static validators unique speaker. Fun. So my guess is that that's because this is still named speaker duplicates. So we're gonna open this. We're gonna rename this folder, or this file. And we're gonna rename it unique speakers. Enter. Phantom Glitch says she could be a lawyer with an interest in open source software law and IP law. Exodudeo says, I always think of describe class as a safeguard against changing the name of a class. How often do y'all actually rename a class after it's in prod? Yes, fair. I mean, fair. That is what it's safeguarding against. It could also, however, be used to take shared examples and mix them into another class. But yeah, it is niche. But I did just need it. All right, let's try this again. I'm curious which one is... Oh, it's failing in speakers.yaml because I have an evil change. Okay. I have a deliberate failure in there right now. That's right. I do have a deliberate failure in there. Okay. I'm gonna validate speakers and see what comes out. Oh, it uses speaker duplicates. Yeah, which doesn't exist. Cool. Let me go back over to validate.rake. And I'll just rename this unique speakers. Perfect. Lovely. Yes. Ah, yes. Validates videos.yaml. I just corrected my typo. Okay, let me go all the way to the bottom. This should be no change. Yeah, no change. No change because I don't need to. Okay, validator class, new file path file, validator errors each, error, file path error, file errors each, file errors, foreground one, errors each, put errors. Yeah, okay. I should be good to go to run this. And I can check on this. Yep, 1 error. Described class. Oh, because I ran it over here. Okay, so this one says they're all passing. That's good. Well, this file at least is passing. Let me validate speakers, and then I'll validate alls. There should be 2 errors. Yep. Same name duplicate, line 12, 7, 21. And so if I go to data, speakers.yaml, 12, 7, 21. That's the first one. Yes! Oh, nice. Oh, so good. That feels so good. That feels so good. I wish I could reference 2 different line numbers, though, instead of just 1. Yeah, but that's not how the find by works. I guess I could select all and then iterate through it and produce 2 errors, but that's a tomorrow problem. All right, applicable returns true for speakers.yaml, returns false for a non-speakers file, returns false for a non-existence file. Yep. Returns empty errors for the real speakers.yaml. Yep. Delete that, delete that, delete that. Returns error for same name duplicate. Check. Returns error for reverse name duplicate. Check. Returns error for unique names. Returns error when alias name conflicts with main name. So Bob Jones and Alice Smith. These are pretty boring. With temp speakers YAML. Yep. Alice Smith, Bob Jones, A Smith 2. When alias name is shared across speakers. Good call. Errors are static validator error objects. Yep. Returns multiple types of errors when present. I might end up pulling these out into separate validators, to be honest. With temp speakers YAML. For now, though, this is good. Let me go through the code. Here's my initialize and my file path. Here's my speakers.yaml, my applicable, my patterns any, my errors. So this is my validate. I have static speakers file, new file path errors. Validate same name duplicates. So we have speakers.samename duplicates.each location, speakers document find by name, and location. Yep, that feels right. Yes. And then my error is just same name duplicate occurrences. This one, speakers.reverse name duplicates.each pair, speakers document find by name pair 0 and location, pair 0, pair 1, okay. Reverse name duplicates each pair, file path, location, start. Yep. It looks like I could probably do a find by name pair 2 on this one, and then I could put 2 errors in. Do I want to put 2 errors in? Maybe on another day. All right, so here's doc equals speakers.document. Main name equals doc.value@name. Aliases. Main name owners. I feel like I could just tally like I do for the names. You know what I mean? Like, this is so complicated. Alias name shared across speakers. Like, I could delete this entire section. If I just said, like, hey, I don't really care whether it's an alias name that's shared across speakers. Validate alias name conflicts. Now the one challenge is the alias and the alias. It's not going to catch that one. If there's a name and an alias, it'll catch it. But I can fix that by just saying like location or equals. Yeah. Done. Yeah. And then over here in speakers file, no names. So when I go in here and I look at my, yeah, so this is set names dot map and downcase. All I have to do is come in here and say known names. Known names. So known names each with object do name result. Next unless name dot include space. Reversed equals name dot split on the space. Reverse join it again. Next if reverse dot downcase name dot downcase. Next unless name set dot include reverse dot downcase. Key equals name reversed dot sort. Result key or equals key end dot values. Yeah, that should work. And then right here, this just becomes known names. Yep. Okay, now I'm gonna run all tests and validate all. I'm gonna be lazy. Oh wait, hang on. Validate speakers. No! What? Known names is a thing. Hang on. Speakers file. Is it at known names? No, known underscore names. Known names not tally. Thank you for following Breezy GG. It's the same as names. Attribute reader document. At document. Names. Known names. Now why on earth would this not work? Is it because it's a set? I guess this is not necessary. Let me try. Let me look here. Undefined method downcase for nil. No method error. Why would known names have any nils in it? I don't think known names should have any nils in it. Okay, let's do, these are my tests. That's bash. That's copilot. All right, let's see. Bin rail C. Cool. I'm gonna go in here, and what am I gonna do? Wow. Static. Speakers file. Dot. Known names. Oh, dot new. Dot. Known names. Here are all of the names. I'm just gonna scroll through here and see if any of them are nil. None of these are nil. None of these are nil. I'll just do an underscore. Known names equals underscore. Okay. So known names dot any. And we'll just do ampersand colon no. True? Hang on. Dot index. Index by. What? What? Index by nil. No names. No names dot filter and colon no. Nil. No names. What the heck is the nil? There's no nils in here. There are two Kinseys though, which I think makes sense because some of those would be oh, here it is. Nil. What are you doing there? There's a nil. It looks like between the names and the aliases. Wild. Huh. Nil. The nil come from? Exegete.io says nil got a nil, yo. Man, those nils. Okay. Well, nil. Huh. You know what? I think it's because this is a set. I bet because this is a set, it's not going to catch my duplicates. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm thinking. Exegedio says, which YAML file is it coming from? Data/speakers.yaml. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking known names is a set. And I should have made this speaker file. Because my guess is speakerfile.aliases has a bunch of nils in it. Okay. Speakerfile.aliases has a bunch of nils in it, which is maybe a mistake. Maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, that's just values add. Okay. Okay, having thoughts here. This is fine, actually. This is going to check with the aliases in it, too. This is not going to work. I need this to be names plus aliases. And then I need compact. Yeah. Now this should run. The reverse name dot duplicates aren't going to run into the thing, but down case for nil. Oh, because it's nil. Maybe we just do dot compact up here. Now my guess is no nils. Ooh, okay. What? Oh my god. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. Oh my god, y'all. It's triggering against the aliases for that person. It's like the aliases for that person are now triggering this. At least I figured it out quickly. Do you like how I'm slowly undoing all of the things that I added? I do. Well, this is fun. Okay, there are still some. That's weird. Why are there some now and there weren't before? I didn't change anything. I didn't add the aliases. My name is in there, but now I've got reverse name duplicates that weren't running before. I'm gonna check one of these. Oh, I ran it again and now I only have the same name duplicate. Okay. Okay, it's fine. Oops, sorry. Okay, that's good. And then I'm gonna run a validate all. And that should be good. And then I'm gonna fix my thing. Okay. So this is the new one, validating speaker.yaml file. I'm gonna get my snipping tool out. Because I want to capture this one. So this is what the new one looks like. It's like validating speaker.yaml file. Yay, I like it. This is one of the nice things about having the PR running, is I can put screenshots in it while I'm working. And then if we come down here, this is what the existing one looks like. It looks kind of like, hey, we have the same name duplicate, 1, 2 occurrences. If I preview that, yeah, I like this. Adept Soul says removing what you've done before means that you're learning at least. Maybe. A little bit. A little bit. But yeah, what do y'all think? Curious to hear. I think it looks good. I'm happy with it. Alright, now I'm gonna go delete validating speaker duplicates. Oh, should I do the reverse name one too? Yeah, I should. I should do that too. Here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna go in here. Hang on. Control F. Let's go borrow Marco. Let's see. We're gonna make another one. Name. Marco. GitHub is very confident that this is, or Copilot is very confident that this is still Marco Roth. But no, this is Roth Marco. Completely different person. Thank you. Let me go in here and I'm gonna run this. Yes, and I'm gonna run all. Because I feel like this is like, yeah. Okay, this is where I really want to sell you. This is a different error. But this is what I'm trying to fix, is we have like this orphan speaker, right? And this speaker error comes up here, but this speaker error is down here. I just want this. I feel like this is nice and it's clean. Adept Soul says, don't sell us. I'll try not to, but it's hard. The capitalism runs deep. Yeah, I'm gonna swap that one. Copy. Well, I might also... Adept Soul says, I swear we'll do better at Yamble. Maybe. Maybe. We'll have to see. Alright, now I'm gonna do alias. Rachel Reitman. Yes. Yes, that is actually what I meant. Thank you. I'm starting to flag a little bit. Okay, let me try running this again. I want to see the alias error too. Edipsol says, it's not my fault. Bicep is bullying me today. Did you go to the gym? Oh, alias slug on this one conflicts with main slug of this one. Where did you come from? Oh, same name duplicate. Rachel Reitman, 3 occurrences. Bellissimo. Copy. Beautiful. Let me edit this. This is so like, it's compact. It's nice. Oh, Adept Soul says no. Bicep is Azure's infrastructure as code language. Oh, I haven't played with that. Yeah, that's fine. I'll take the snipping tool with this one too. See, this one doesn't tell you what file to go to. Yeah. No, it tells you what file to go to. It has all the errors together. Where is the other error, actually? Where's that slug error coming from? That's the uniqueness one. Yep. I like it. I'm happy. Using Rails yerba file would change data speakers.yaml. What does that mean? I want to get a picture of this one too, where it's just like, If you run yerba, what's gonna change? I don't know. What is yerba? Can I try yerba? Yerba tea. It's like a green tea. I've probably had this before. Is it just green tea? Yerba mate is a nutrient-rich South American herbal tea known for providing balanced energy boosts similar to coffee but with less jitteriness. It is highly regarded for enhancing mental focus, supporting weight loss through increased metabolism, reducing inflammation, improving heart health, and providing a high dose of antioxidants. Yerba mate. Adepsol says yerba is a drink. I mean, I knew that. And Exegete says yerba mate. Yeah, I know, but it's one tea. But like, I'm trying to remember if I've had it recently. Oh, yerba is often a smoked tea from, I believe, a member of the holly family. Hi, Coding with Caleb. It's nice to see you. Okay. Oh my god, the Duolingo bird! Where did that come from? Okay. I'm trying to remember what it tastes like. I'm gonna go find some. Okay. I'm tired. I'm gonna go and commit this. And I'm gonna delete the existing uniqueness ones. So the only thing I changed was same name duplicates. Hungry Hippo said Duolingo bird never left. It's watching. It knows you haven't been practicing. Lo siento. Exudio says tea always tastes like water with extra steps. The extra steps are pretty transformative. I don't disagree, but those extra steps really impact the flavor of the water. Okay. I like it. I'm gonna delete, let's see, this one. Don't need it anymore. I now check this, and I check this. And I don't need gum for both. I only need it in one place. Yeah, and I don't need to do that. Nope. I do need to fix my data file though. Don't need that. It's just in speakers now. And by that same measure, events using city aliases instead of canonical names. Event city names. Validate speaker deck URLs. I think speaker decks is a video file thing. Studio says it always still tastes like water to me. Coding with Caleb says, what water have you been drinking and how on earth have you been brewing your tea? I will say I kind of get this because like Exegete says pretty good local water except the missing fluoride and not well apparently. So like I kind of get this because sparkling water always tastes kind of like water with impurities in it to me. And like I can't find a sparkling water that tastes good. I don't know what it is. It's just in my head. It's like the water has impurities in it and there's something wrong with the water. Yeah. Adepsos has gotta add sugar. That's true. I drink sweet tea. It always has sugar. Actually, so sparkling water tastes like dry water somehow. Yeah, I like the branding of sparkling water, so I try it pretty regularly, but I don't actually enjoy it. Speaker deck slide URL. These are videos. These are videos. Validate all city-related data. Validate all YAML files. We start with the yerba check. Then we validate speaker. Validate speakers and videos. Then we have orphaned speakers. So orphaned speakers is, let's see. This is another validator for the speakers file. Yep. Lucatelli says sparkling water plus lemon equals success. I'm glad you like it. And Upsouls, as I'm drinking a nice iced peach tea right now. That sounds lovely. Coding with Caleb says since moving to Germany, I've been won over by sparkling water. Is it different in Germany? Maybe. All right, here are my duplicates. These are video duplicates. I don't want that one. Here's my validating speaker duplicates. I can delete that. Gone. Good. Okay, so I still have the orphaned speakers, and then I'm done with speakers. Sweet. Okay, so I'm going to go to data/speakers.yaml. Yep. Copy relative path. And let's go in here, and we'll just say git restore data/speakers.yaml. Perfect. Now I'm going to run validate all, and then I'm going to run validate speakers. Coding with Caleb says, no, it's still just as angry. Yep. Sorry to hear that. Okay, I'm going to look through here. Let's see. All looking good? All data speakers passed validations. I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to validate speakers. Do you see, like, I can remember the name of the rake task now. And it's small, and it's good, and I like it. Yes. Okay. Git add -I. Now I'm going to add my untracked files. My untracked files here are 2 and 4. Yes. Those are the only ones I want. I don't know what this rakelib schema.rake is. Isn't that my, like... Yeah, are you orphaned? Did I move you to rake? I bet I moved you to rake. I bet if I didn't, I can find you later. Delete permanently. Exedudio says, can you now alias validate all to validate? I could, but I like validate all. Darkmaster122 says, nice. Yes. Plus we call it in binlint. All right, I'm gonna do 5 for patch add. Yeah, and I'm gonna say 1, 2. Thank you for following SMDazzy. Welcome. Okay, cool. I'm gonna shrink this. I'm gonna close this. All right, so now instead of looking at just names, we look at names and aliases. We're looking for same name duplicates. Here, boop. I used to have validate speakers, now I have validate speakers file. Add these file errors. Dir, glob, smush them in there. I go in to each of my files, and for each of those files, and the files in this case is 1, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna get my validator class, I'm gonna run it. I'd use unique speaker fields and unique speakers. I go validators errors.each, add it to the file path. If there are file errors, if there are no file errors, then I say, hey, pass validations. Otherwise, I put the file errors out. Then I return the file error values. Flawless! Question. Where's my validate all change? Shouldn't I have a change in validate all from like validate to validate speakers file? Anyway. Oh, that's going to be later. Hang on. Okay. This is all deleted. I don't need this anymore. This right here is going to be added, changed. Yeah, so this is just validating speaker.yaml file. This is validate speakers file. It's probably speakers.yaml. Let me check that real quick. Yeah, it's speakers.yaml. So I'm going to update those references to speaker.yaml to speakers.yaml. Yes. And we don't need that method anymore. Yes. Okay. Let me go in here to validate our rake. Control F. Speaker.yaml. Okay, so you're the only one, correct? Yes, you are. Good. And I'm going to do git commit -pm extract new unique speakers validator from duplicate speakers checks. And then I'll say yes to that, and off it goes. And honestly, I could split this into like unique speaker name, unique speaker aliases, unique reverse speaker name. I could. I'm just going to leave them as is and save that validation for another day. The next thing I really want to extract is the orphaned speaker one. Yeah, that's the next important one. And I think event city names is going to be important. Yeah, so I have 2 more validations, and then I can say I'm done with these. Because if I'm looking at event city name, these are video city names. Check city alias. Issues any. Event city names. Adozui says, hey bro, hey. Exidideo says we always talk about unique speakers, but never unique microphones. The microphones are shared. Yeah, you gotta hope the microphones don't have nits. I'm just kidding. I've never had a microphone that had nits. It's just like when you're talking about sharing things, especially if those things go in your hair, it does make me think about that. Okay. Events using city aliases instead of canonical names. In order to do this one, I am going to need... oh, this one's going to be a pain. Yeah, this one's going to be a pain. I'm going to need the city part from the location. Orosui says, how do you keep concentrated on tasks? Honestly, one of the big things... Okay, 2 big things. 1, I find it fun. 2, I like having this like dedicated stream time where I'm working with other people because it makes me, think about and work on this. Exidideo says, we have been so lucky to avoid nits from kiddo schools. Several outbreaks. The queen louse has not made it back home yet. That is so good. So lucky. Build city alias lookup. Build city alias lookup. Static city all. Array city aliases each. Alias to canonical. City name. Alias to canonical. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to static city. Lovely. This is import all. This is import, find by YAML aliases. and then I'm gonna go to this validate.rig, and this like city alias lookup, alias to canonical. I'm gonna call this alias lookup. And I'm gonna put it on self. Not you. O. Def self dot alias lookup. Yeah, that's basically the same thing as here, right? No, it's not the same thing at all in any way, shape, or form. Alias lookup equals all dot each with object. Nope, that is right. City dot aliases each alias name lookup alias name dot downcase equals city name. Alias lookup. Do I want to do that and then map to the name? Maybe not. Because what I could do is if I find that there is an alias, I can get the city.name. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Let's do that. Alias lookup. Honestly, I have the self.alias lookup. I feel like that's a find by alias. You know what I mean? Like a find by alias. And then if you find an alias, I'm not going to do this today. I'm just going to keep in the back of my mind that it's an option. Yeah, okay. So we're going to change this. Static, city, alias lookup. Executed says city alias, like lost wages. I don't know about that one. What is? I mean, obviously I know what lost wages are, but like, so I'm gonna come down here and yeah, okay. Are there any more? No. I guess it's really just videos and events. Yeah. Okay, now I can delete this because I don't think I use it anywhere. All right, let's see. We're gonna come down here, validate video city names, canonical, alias to canonical, city part dot downcase, dot name. That's all I have to do. Boop. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, I don't think I really need the alias to canonical anymore. I could just do static city alias lookup. I don't know. I guess this is useful for like caching it. But I think it's already... I think this caches it. Let me go in here and I'll just like... I can't put it in... Well, I can. You can just put puts building. Yeah. Then I'll just run validate all. I should only see it go like wild once, not for every speaker. Or not for every event. That's because it no longer... Okay. Ruby does this weird thing where the last value is the output, right? So you don't have to say return city.aliases.each. It just returns it. So I think what this is doing is it's interfering with the output. Hang on though. This might be that needs to be a that. And where's my other need? This might be a nil thing, actually. I find it odd that Rubicop defaults to disliking explicit returns. I think it's part of like teaching people to write Ruby like Ruby. Like idiomatic Ruby with no returns. Let's see. Validate event files, validate speaker files, validate speakers in videos, speakers in videos, unique video IDs, validate event city names, alias lookup. Okay. Here's video city names. Here it is. Okay. So I think this one needs an ampersand. And I think this one is good to go now. Exit says, yes, but it looks so funky to have a blank line and then just result on a line. That's true. Undefined method each for nil. I mean, yeah. But why is that failing? City aliases each. City aliases each. What did I break here? Static city 16. Alias lookup. Oh. Well, why is that failing now? And I feel like you normally handle eaches pretty well. City lookup. Because this is the same thing, isn't it? Ah, why did I delete it? Okay, let me do this. Git diff. I added this. All each with object. Okay, here you are. Array city.aliases. That's why we had the array. I got it. So even if there aren't any aliases, it'll produce an array. Got it. Exudios says not every city has an alias? Yep. Exudios says, have you read Confident Ruby? I learned so much from that book. No, I haven't. Alright, all validations passed. Excellent, excellent. It's not in events yet. I'm just calling it. Okay, sweet. I feel like event city names is valid. What's the name for this? Yeah. Good. And then it goes through this. Ugh. All right, let's go back over here. And we're going to have it extract, validate event city names into a new static validators event city name. Don't forget the test. Because I've already done this once, it's gonna know about the files that I previously touched and used, and it's gonna be able to kind of extrapolate from that what I'm looking for. Honestly, I probably didn't need the don't forget the test because it now knows it's supposed to create them, but I didn't want to run any risks. Honestly, I probably would have done a lot of copy and pasting and editing in order to do this one. In general, when I'm thinking about when it's reasonable to use AI to do a task, I typically think about how much code I would be copy and pasting. I have an AI skill to run Ruby Critic on every commit. It's so nice. I might try that. So what is Ruby Critic? All right, so static validators event city name. We initialize with the file path. Our pattern is event.yaml. That's right. We're looking for if it matches the file path. Good. Errors should be validate. Return nothing unless it's applicable. Okay, I like this. It has picked up on the fact that we're using Yerba to parse our files. Next, it's going to call document location. That's good. It's going to return an empty array if location is blank. And then it's going to split this up. So we've got city part, location split, first, and strip. Okay. Return empty array if city part dot blank. Next, we're going to alias to canonical with our static city alias lookup. Canonical equals alias to canonical city part dot downcase and dot name. Okay, I'm fine with that. I will say I'm probably going to go in here and make this static city alias lookup city part downcase. Let's see. Exudio says Ruby Critic is a static analysis tool, combines flog, reek, and flay, and can create a really nice HTML output. Got it. Well, I like the rebrand there. Far less Game of Thrones. Okay, and canonical.downcase. Okay, so return an empty array unless canonical and canonical.downcase is not equal to citypart.downcase. I don't get this. Return an empty array unless canonical. Let me look at this. Is this what you do? You do. You check if those two are not downcased. Okay, that's weird. All right, let me go back over to here. Okay. Let's see. Then I've got static validators error new. Location uses city alias city part instead of canonical name canonical. File path, line, and line. And it does know that it's looking for the location node location. Okay, so I'm definitely just gonna get the location and then grab the start line and the end line for this one. I don't see why I wouldn't. But yeah, that looks right. That looks good. So I'm gonna say yes. I typically don't try to get it to do everything. I just get it to do the rough draft and then I go in and I make the modifications that I want. And then it goes off and it does everything for me. Exudio says, I think a Ruby Critic is trying to keep everyone on the Sandy Mets track. I can see that. Okay. Static validators event city names test, active support test case, valid event file. Okay. Applicable returns true for an event. Static validators event city names, new file path valid event file, assert whether or not it's applicable. I really don't like when it does this at the top. Okay, false for a non-event, false for a non-existent. Returns empty errors when location uses canonical city name. Okay. That is controversial. I would never create a YAML where RubyConf was being held in Amsterdam. Returns empty errors when location is blank. I mean, I guess technically, yeah. Returns empty error when city is not in featured cities. Okay, that's valid. Return error when location uses city alias instead of canonical name. Ooh, I just, sometimes I sit there and I'm like, you just, how? All right, now it's gonna run my tests. Lovely. I'm gonna open this up. Let me go ahead and open it. Is it not Alt? I thought it was Alt. Yay, it opened. Perfect. Yes. Good job. Now it's gonna go make a bunch of edits in order to get it to pass the tests. Boop. There's the test. There's the test. There's the file. Alt. No, stay. Alt click. Good job. All right, let me look through the parts that I think are dumb. Yay! It added it to the event list. I like that. It's off doing its thing. Okay, let me see. Here's the event, here's the patterns, file match, validate, skip unless applicable, skip if it's blank, skip if the city is blank. Can I simplify that a little bit? If the location value is blank. Yeah, right now it's returning a scalar. Instead of toString, I think we probably want value there. Let me see this. It's very confused about the whole toString thing. I'm gonna go ahead and just fix that for it. Value. Location equals document location. Yeah, I think I want to keep that actually. Location, I can just do right here. I don't need this. I can do location dot value. Well, and I can change some of these too, can't I? I can say like, hey, if location is a nil, if this is a nil, if split gives me nothing, strip it. And then I can say return if city part is blank. Good, and then we have this alias to look up, and now I have the city part, and that's the only one I'm operating on. Alias to canonical, city part downcase, and dot name. Unless both of these do not match. Location node equals, well, and that should be the thing, right? Is I should no longer need these because now my location is this. So I can do location. I can do location and location not start line. And location and location not end line. And I can look says chill. From now on, when I voice you, I'm gonna have to be like chill. Exodideo says location, location, location. It is all about location, location, location. I enjoy that. That feels good. The error shows the location is this. Let me check what happened to the speaker duplicates test. No! No! Stop! I renamed it! Oh, no! No! I renamed it. None of this nonsense. No. No! Just run my... Hang on. Event city names test. Yes. I'll tell you what to do. Better not be looking for it again. Okay. Perfect. All tests pass. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I just snuck in there and was like, I'm gonna fix your test for you while you're running. Ah, silly goose. All right, let me put that away. Anakin looks says curse and Claude harder. I feel like I am. Okay, let me get this. Why am I gonna use this? No. This is the only place where valid event file is used. No, I don't want you. Oh, I lost it, didn't I? Yeah, I lost it. Okay, that's fine. I'll just go in here and I'll get a different one. Slash data slash Ruby comp slash Ruby comp slash 2026 slash event.yaml. Good. And I can like, so didn't Cloud Code have a regex for curses that changed behavior? Maybe. John Sugar says, "Are you still CUI coding under the influence?" No, I think I'm fully sober now. I'm just coding while exhausted. All right, let me see. Returns an error when location uses the city in. Okay. I feel like dying because I'm like, this is not. Like that is actually like a somewhat controversial like I don't know what it is. It's like Claude picks like the most controversial thing it can come up with. Okay, return to empty errors when this is not in the featured cities. I feel like Unknown City is a good one for this. And it looks it did. They found out when the source got leaked. It's all flapping now. You're just every time I voice you, now that I've met you, it's just gonna be super excited. All right, Vegas, USA. Okay, returns error for various city aliases. Ew. With temp. What is this? Test cases that each do to YAML with temp event YAML. Expected error for alias. Why are you, what is this? Okay. Errors, validator errors, assert equal 1, errors.count, expected error for alias test case. Is this making test cases? But I already tested this right here. Is it testing that multiple ones break? I think it is. I think it is. I think it's like, I can write a test for lots of these. Yeah, okay. And we're gonna change this up. Vegas, Las Vegas, canonical. I'm gonna go up here. Do any of these need to be fixed? Maybe. Why am I, like, I would only do this if I had this error actually crop up in production. Anakin looks this lol. And Phantom Glitch says, how's things going? I'm deleting tests. Case insensitive matching. I'm also, I don't know what it is. Oh yeah. Yes. But like, it's like it's trying to come up with some like controversial nonsense. I don't know why. It annoys the stink out of me. Do I use this? Control F. I do. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. As long as it's test conf. Phantom Glitch says, you're deleting tests? Aren't tests like good? You have to balance them. So tests take time, and they take electricity, and they take water, and tests are technically going out there destroying our environment, but tests also make sure that your stuff isn't broken. So you need to run tests, but not too many tests. So you want to make sure that your tests are minimal. Case insensitive matching for alias detection. This is not case insensitive. You need to match in a case insensitive way. Little hair. Thank you for following Innocent32. Welcome. Phantom Glitch says, oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense now. Yep. You want the right amount of tests. Ooh, it's cold in here. Not you. I want you. I want to validate events, and then all event files pass validations. Cool. I want to validate all. Then I want to go in here. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with this. I'm closing both of these. I need RubyConf 2026 event, and we're gonna delete this, and we're gonna get some error messages. John Sugar says AI turns emo when it writes tests. Always the edgiest of edgiest tests. Anakin Luke says, it was so lovely meeting you, by the way. I think about that often. I hope you, Ken, and the kids are doing good. Thank you. They are. We bought a pool. This is the third time I've talked about the pool that we bought. But we bought a pool. It's nice. I want to go sit in the pool, but it's probably too cold. I am looking forward to next Saturday getting all of this. This is my deck cleaned up. That way I can put the pool out on the deck and just chill. I had a hard cider this morning because we were all hanging out by the pool, and it just felt like the right time for it. This looks great. I love this. I think this looks fantastic. Location, Vegas and V, United States. Should use Las Vegas instead of Vegas. Line 4 location uses city alias Vegas instead of canonical name Las Vegas. Killing it. Killing it. It looks great. It looks great. Exitadeo says big concrete deck, big wood deck. Big wood deck. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna get some like burgers. I'm gonna get some burgers. I'm gonna get some local ciders. I'm gonna put a giant pool out there. And then I'm gonna let my kids run around in the pool while my husband grills some burgers. This is gonna be the best. Next Saturday is gonna be fantastic. Exudideo says that's a lot of weight for a wood deck. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Not worried about it. It'll be fine. I'm gonna put up the hammock. John Sugar says it always makes me laugh when Americans say hard cider. In the UK, cider is always hard. Well, we have soft cider. Adept Soul says, oh, how's the new job been going? It's good. So I have already swapped teams. Yeah, we mix up the teams fairly regularly. So I'm on a new team. My new team is responsible for like machine learning and stuff. Okay, that works. That looks great. I'm really happy with it. Do you see this? Validate event city names? Gone. All this? Gone. Gone, 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 gone. Goodbye. Adios. Get out of here. None of this. None of this. None of this. All of this is gone. Goodbye. Sayonara. Nice to see you. All the way down here. Where is it? Where is it? Come here, where are you? Where are you? I'm gonna find you and delete you. I'm coming for you. Where are you? Here it is. This right here. Gone. Psh. Okay. Validate all. It's just part of the event validations. It's just when you're validating your event files, I go in there and I check if the city is valid. Some validations failed. That's right. Some validations failed. A validation, look how much shorter, this almost fits on one screen. Almost. Jen Sugar says, otherwise it's just apple juice. Cider tastes different from apple juice. Exudideo says, oh, I need to talk to you about teams. I am looking forward to that. Phantom Glitch says, John is correct. As an avid cider drinker, UK cider does it better. Maybe I'll import some UK cider. I don't know. Okay. That looks good. I'm gonna commit. Git add -I. Gosh, I love deleting things. 2, 3, add them both. Yep. 5, 1, 3. Good job, me. Yes, I would like this new method. Yes, I would like to capture all that. Yes, I would like to delete all of this. And then, yes. Yes. All gone. Git commit -PM. Anakin Luke says, Big Cider is coming for jail. Adepsol says, why import if John can send some instead? Yeah. John Sugar send me cider. John Sugar says, what I'm saying is non-alcoholic cider is called apple juice in the UK. Yeah, y'all don't have our non-alcoholic cider. That's really sad. Exeter says, wait, get add -I. I feel out of date using -P. Okay, so get add -I feels a little tricky when you're first using it. It's a little confusing, but you hit a 4 and you hit a 5 and you're good. But yes, get add -I is the new hotness. Okay, git commit. Well, and the thing is, because I've added everything, I just do an M. And I just say, extract, what do I call this? Event city names. validator that checks city names are in future cities. Yes! Haha! I'm just gonna push. It's been a while. John Sugar says, I can't condone Sui streams, but you could inspire one. And Dipsel, you already did so today, though. Kafka says, no. What you call cider is just apple juice, and what you call apple juice is also apple juice. But cider is different. It is. Don't try and argue me with facts. It's 2026 now. If y'all want to start talking about cookies and biscuits and crackers and all that stuff, you can. I'm going to be over here writing some code. John Sugar, Anakin Luke says, John Sugar, software engineer, cider smuggler. All right, let me get in here, and I am going to... Do I want to extract one more, or am I good? The only one that's left is orphan speakers, I believe, and the rest are all video stuff. Yeah, and I don't need this one. Oh, I don't need this one either. Hang on. That one probably does not work, actually. Let's see. Check city alias. Why don't we use this one? Shouldn't both of them use this one? Anyway, I'm gonna close this. Validate that all static video records have unique IDs. Validate that all speakers and videos.yaml exist in speakers.yaml. Validate speakers and videos. Validate data speakers. I'm doing good work today. I'm very happy. I'm making stuff more tested, actually. Adipsol says, you're cracker. Anakin Luke says, is an Oreo a biscuit or a cookie? Hungry Hippo says, we talking US biscuits or EU biscuits? John Sugar says, a cream-filled biscuit. Phantom Glitch. A cookie. John Sugar, a cookie lives in a browser. I think that we should ask Oreo themselves. Oh man. No. I have failures? Why? What are these failures? Are these real failures? Expected false to be truthy. What? Test number 8. Unique speakers. Expected false to be truthy. No! I have failures! I have test failures! No, not test failures. No! Not test failures. This is what happens when you don't run your don't run your tests enough. Hang on, I'm just gonna run these. Static. Yeah. Run you. And you. And like what? Unique speaker. Yeah, I can just run all of these. And then I can get the results. Okay. Now for you, returns error when alias name conflicts with main name. Alice Smith conflicts with Bob Jones. Oh yeah, this is a different error now. Yeah, that's a different error. This one is not true anymore. And neither is that. What does the error message look like for this? Reverse name duplicate, same name duplicate. Yeah. This is the same name duplicate now. I forgot I changed that. Okay. Same name duplicate. What's the next one? Yeah, same name duplicate. Delete. Delete. Let me go up here. Yank that real quick. Errors. Yep, that passes. Multiple types of errors when present. Yeah, not you. You don't show up. Ooh. What's this little dots thing? Oh, that's the method. Okay. Errors is greater than or equal to 3. Okay, let me run this again. And then, what's this one? I thought I ran this. And then I fixed this. Well, which one's false? Okay, fine. Expected false to be truthy. Me. Exodus is gonna go do some cleaning. Have a great weekend. Sent to Diatribe through normal channels. Alright, see you then. Bye. Anakin Luke says, John, you need to take breaks more often. Phantom Glitch says, it also lives in my mouth, as I am demonstrating right now. This is all about the Oreos. Now you need to take fewer breaks. John Sugar says, I take a break every Sunday to watch Chill stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for coming by, and thank you for the poems. Thank you for the like and subscribe. Okay, what is this? Alice Smith. Oh, it's looking for the slug to be an ear. Yeah, I think we're looking for Alice Smith to be an ear. Alice Smith. Well, why is it going to be lowercase anyway? I'm going to run this. Phantom Glitch says, I'm drinking coffee at 9:30 p.m. This is my only break today. I like breaks. They make me happy. Okay, I'm going to run this one. What is this? Why is this failing? Run this. Who's this here? A. Smith. A. Smith. Oh, because the aliases are the same. But why is it lowercase? Was this always going to be lowercase? I did not look at these close enough. Alright, let's see. Which one fails now? You fail. You fail? What do you say? Returns multiple types of errors when present. Expected false to be truthy. Rich name. What? Maybe it's this one? How many errors are there? John Sugar says, 9:30 p.m. I detect a UK time zone viewer. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna run this again and see if I fix a few more. Okay, you're passing. That's good. Are you passing? No, you're not passing. Oh, expected 2 to be greater than or equal to 3. Okay. I don't love this greater than or equal to. I really just want, like, equal to. You know what I mean? I'm happier with equal to. And Upsol says, maybe Phantom Glitch will adore some cooey and send UK cider? And Phantom Glitch says, yes, yes, East Midlands. I hate it here. Let's see. And this is running forever. So let me check out this one. Okay, what is this? Test applicable returns true for an event file. I feel like that's right. Is that not right? That's the right file. None of these include the data. Okay. Shouldn't they include the data? file path. Path. What do you use? Oh, you use this. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, you have like a whole file path. Hang on. I'm gonna take this out. And I'm gonna put path in here. I'm gonna rename this file path and I'm gonna be fancy. And then I'm gonna make this data rubyconf 2026. Okay, let's try that again. And let's run this one again. Name error. No, you all passed. It looks like, maybe. I'll just like copy the relative path for this one and then I'll like actually call it. Bin Rails test. Paste this. And see what I can do is I can just erase and run all of the validator tests at once. Okay. Oh wait, are we talking about deep fried Oreos? Ah, Anakin Luke says, have you guys had deep fried Oreos? They are very good. And they are very good. They are so good. Yes. Phantom Glitch says, I have. I tried to convince my diabetic mother to have one. She did not. I am glad your diabetic mother did not have the deep fried Oreo. Oh, okay. UK politics are sad. Yep, fair enough. Okay. Dir. Okay, wait, what is dir? Oh, that's the temp directory. Well, I need this file to exist. Is it Rails root? Maybe. Let me try that one. Come on. Give me one of these. Is that the only one that failed? It looks like it. Yeah, that's the only one that failed. Oh, good. If this works, and it does, all of my tests pass. Haha. Git commit dash PM, all of my tests pass. No. Yes. 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 Good. Git push. I'm glad I stopped to do that. I'm almost done. Do I want to push through and finish? Or do I want to wrap it up here? Jen Sugar says, they'll pass because you deleted half of them. I changed the expectations of the system I was building. It's different. Majestic Map says, wrap it up. Enjoy the rest of your day. All right, I'm going to go with what Majestic Map said. I am going to check that this is. Because I only have the orphan speakers left. That would be real fast. But I do have 7 files changed. All right, let's review what we did. We created this new validator for event city names that extracts out the events. Good job, us. Then we made this unique speakers validator. Lovely, lovely. Validates speaker names, reverse names, and it checks aliases. Good job, us. Next, we have the alias lookup. We moved this over to city so that it was no longer in the rake task. Check. Good job, us. Then over here, we have names plus aliases compact, tally select. The idea behind this being that we will go and we will put together the names and the aliases and we'll delete all the nil ones and we'll find all the examples where there are duplicates so somebody can't have a name and an alias. Or an alias twice. Next, we can get in here and we have this validate event files. This is the cool part. So we deleted all this stuff, and what we do instead is we have a list of validators that apply to events, and then we just check against that list of validators, collect all the file errors, and then group our file errors by file. And then here we're just saying, I only want to validate against that. So in this file, we managed to delete 167 lines in exchange for adding 58 of them. And my hope is that in a later pass, we will extract this into some sort of like file validation runner or something. All of that got deleted. 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 Excellent. All right, so these are newly added files: event city name test, unique speaker name test. So overall, unfortunately, we're looking at 454 lines added and 168 lines deleted, but the 168 lines are in a high churn file, and these are not. The master of redeemed a posture check and a hydrate. Now that this is passing, I'm going to mark this as ready for review. I'm going to give it 24 hours to percolate. The master of redeemed cat attention time, but there are no cats. There are no cats for me to pet anywhere. So instead, I am going to roll some credits. Sorry. I want to thank you all for joining me. Thank you for following Edison R32, SMD Azzy, Breeze GG, Corrupt User, Dartmaster 122, I Jarzej, Nika Bar, Christian Barajas, Papa Smurf of Death, thank you so much for the resubscription. I appreciate you for being my longest running subscriber. Lifts with the Straight Bar, thank you for moderating. Exegete, thank you for moderating as well. I don't know why you're not listed. Anakim Luke says, bye! Majestic Max says, thanks for streaming! I should have an outro. You know what? That's what I'll do. Alright, it was nice seeing you all. Here is the outro.
The contrast. That's a great expectation versus reality. Hacktoberfest! Is it the back button? It's legit the back button. Turbo Leaks doesn't like the back button. I don't care. Oh, okay. It passed. All the checks passed. Yes. Yes. I figured it out. We'll say all name. I like it. So I'm gonna refresh this and I'm gonna say, hey, I'm attending Strange Loop. Magnifique. I love it. The only thing is, this is a terrible show page.
Yeah, there's a lag.
Whoever's throwing down a whole bunch of items and causing the lag, quit it. I will come find you with my delete key.
Ruby, did you show up just for cat attention time? No.
That's the cutest thing in the world. Oh. You are someone who understood the assignment, Ruby. You are someone who understood the assignment. You showed up and you were like, cat attention, cat kisses, cat kisses. That was when Rachel decided. Oh, I know that shoulder head boop. The shoulder head boop.
Yeah.
Okay. My heart.
Start read.
Oh, you're so cute. What do I do when you're so cute? I found you.
Okay, the raid's starting. I thought it would be fun to do like the outro video. I forgot it said stream starting. Yeah, I got the raid all set up, and I will see y'all over there. Bye!